Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Yes, family. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan with your host and family member, Will, the Rebel Rattigan, on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in last week and today. And when I say all of you, I mean exactly that, all of you, including first-time listeners and viewers, Reggae Global Radio supporters, Wayne Lonesome's crew, Jeffrey Tavares' people, Fireman's listeners, and Andre Stevens' army of students. I'm eternally grateful for your support and your constructive criticism. They will make me better, sharper, more focused, and inspired. By the way, those of you who haven't subscribed yet to my YouTube channel, I'm going to go silent now for the next 30 seconds or so to give you a chance to do exactly that. So you can go ahead now, please, and thank you.
Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say with honesty.
Well, not quite sure if that was the 60 seconds, but in any event, plenty of time for you to have gone ahead and do what I ask you to do. Anyway, this afternoon I have two guests. The first is retired FBI Special Agent Gamal Abdel Hafiz, who's also a private investigator. And the second is broadcaster, social, political commentator, and historian extraordinaire, Mr. Jerry Small. I'd like for you to join us, if you can, via telephone or the chat rooms on the Reggae Global radio platform or my YouTube channel, Reason with Ratigan. One housekeeping matter to talk about. Regarding the telephone contact, a few listeners commented that it's very disruptive to take calls during certain periods, and I agree. So today I'll open the phone lines from 4:30 to 5:30 New York time. That's 3:30 to 3:50 Jamaica time. 9:30, 9:50 UK time. And the second period will be at 5:30 to 5:50 New York time, 4:30 to 4:50 Jamaica time, 10:30 to 10:50 UK time. No calls will be answered before or after those specified time periods. So if you call outside the specified time periods, I am not going to answer the phones. Please don't forget to tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. and relax with the Rebel. Last week, the feature was Snap and Tap, smooth jazz. Tonight, it will be smooth, silky, sugary love songs from the 70s. So make your plans and join me at midnight on Reggae Global Radio. Shout out time, prayers and blessings for all of you, particularly Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P and family, Bonnie, Sassy D, Bob, get well soon, brethren, and Mrs. Nelson. As always, big shout out to the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, particularly Eri, Richardo, Pancho, Muma Latte, Colleen, my cousin John, still so, and Empress Ayata. The Rollington crew, Donovan and the Admiral, stay strong. And finally, the crew of hardworking, dedicated, honest members of the JCF and JDF who are desperately trying to keep Jamaica safe and secure despite lackluster leadership and limited resources. By the way, did anyone see the recent video of the policemen pushing their vehicle? You wouldn't believe them just have a exposition last week and them have all of this money to spend, but a comedy of errors, my people. Update. My lawsuit involving Minister Kamina Johnson Smith and a few ministers will be heard this Monday. I am eagerly looking forward to the true administration of justice for the Jamaican people. So stay tuned. Other news. Civics has been removed from the regular school curriculum, as we all know. And I wonder who did it and why. You see, I remember my civics class in Jamaica. In fact, decades ago, there was a local examination, for those of you who remember. I think it was called the Jamaica School Certificate, JSC. And one of the subjects was civics. Students and adults had a good understanding of good and bad governance. They also had a good understanding of the mechanism of parliament and the role of citizens in the political process, etc., etc. That's no longer the case. Here's an example. Yesterday, I received a call from my nephew in St. Elizabeth. Nephew, big up yourself, sir. He called to express his view and seek clarification regarding jury duty. Can't take my call. He told me that the police showed up in his district to arrest someone who failed to show up for jury duty. My nephew said to me, and I'm paraphrasing, he said, Uncle, the police come for the man, come for a man in my district. And he said, me not gonna mark no X beside nobody name because when you vote, them tell you say you have to come a court for find people guilty. And me don't know nothing about the man them lock up and now me have to go find him guilty. And if you not go, the police them come for you and lock you up. No, sir. He continued. Before me do that, me not about a vote. What do you think about that, uncle? You see where I'm going with this? I had to explain the process to him. I had to explain the importance of voting. And I had to explain the importance of executing his civic duty as a juror. Minister of Education Favour Williams, you have failed and continue to fail the children of Jamaica. You should not continue to occupy the position. You don't deserve the salary, the old salary or the proposed salary, the new salary. You don't deserve it. Nevertheless, the PM, the Prime Minister, in his clouded vision or clouded wisdom, has seen it fit for you to maintain your portfolio. Now, since you're still there, here's a piece of free advice. I know you have all kinds of consultants and advisors, but either they don't know what they're doing or you just can't take telling. And you simply don't know what you're doing. I think that's it. You simply don't know what you're doing. But since you're still there, as I said before, here's a piece of free advice. Find a way to bring back civics to the classroom. It won't resuscitate your failed stint at the ministry, but it's going to go a long way in terms of educating our population and removing many misconceptions. Think about it. I had to spend about 20 minutes convincing my nephew that no, the reason why, they came for this person, he was supposed to go do his duty, didn't do it, so on and so forth. He didn't know this. He's of the perception and the misconception that jury duty is about the government telling you to find somebody guilty. And he's like, I don't know this man or this woman that I'm supposed to find guilty. I'm afraid they're going to come back and harm me, blah, blah, And this is just one example. It's just one example. It's been an interesting week, family. Interesting week. Crime and security in the news. A cabinet shift that was shifty and unremarkable. We have the 3-card Monte game being played. When you think you know it, when you think you've spotted the card, nope. You can't win. With this new cabinet shift, the Jamaican people cannot win. No movement. They're right where they were before the cabinet shift. Constitutional reform being done in an ill-advised manner by some individuals who don't understand the Constitution, who don't understand their roles, and who don't understand the people who will be guided by this document that they're trying to complete at a record pace. The government has come under fire for the outrageous, vulgar, and unfair pay hike for parliamentarians. And except for a press release by Advocates Network, I haven't seen anything about the outrageous pay hike for the Governor General, a person who does not represent the Jamaican people. The people who take care of him and his office to the tune of almost $500 million Jamaican dollars. And that's billion with a B, not million. I think it's 440 million Jamaican dollars they spend every year on this man. And he doesn't represent our interest. I mean, let that sink in. Think about that. Minimum wage 13,000 per week. And I'm being told that it will stay at 8 or 9, whatever it was, because especially for domestics, that people are telling them, people are indicating to them already that they don't need them for 5 days. They're going to have to come 3 days to do 5 days work, and they pay them the 8 or 9. They're not going to pay them the 13 because they themselves, they're taking home less than what they were taking, even though they've had a pay increase. So just let that sink in. Approximately 440 million Jamaican dollars a year for this man who represents the crown. He doesn't represent Jamaicans' interest. The GG is more proficient, is more qualified, is more active at walking around with a pair of scissors to cut ribbons and receiving dignitaries and people of influence. He's good at doing those two things, more so than doing anything of true benefit for the Jamaican people. In fact, he has collaborated with the political directorate to oppress the Jamaican people by agreeing with and signing off on the unconstitutional state of emergency or states of emergency, as the police commissioner and the minister of national security call it, enhanced law enforcement technique, although it is forbidden by the Constitution that he, the Governor General, has taken an oath to uphold. Think about that. Other news, the PM has changed his mind about his pay raise as Prime Minister, but he's made no statement about whether the pay hike he's entitled to as an MP, if he's going to reject that. And the Minister of Information, Robert Morgan, said that the pay hike could not be rejected, but the PM rejected his PM salary. Not his MP salary, his PM salary. People keep that in mind. Again, the 3-card Monty. I'm going to forego my Prime Minister's salary. But what about your MP salary? We haven't heard him say anything about that. Maybe there's a special provision in law or administrative regulation for this, meaning that he can't reject it, or he can reject it. Because the Minister of Information says he can't reject it. The Prime Minister says, I'm going to reject it. But we don't know because we haven't been enlightened. This is all entertainment. This is not enlightenment. I hope that the opposition leader, as conscientious as he is, as caring as he is about the poor and marginalized, as careful as he is about image and optics and perception, I hope that he will accept the realization that he fumbled when he accepted the raise, the pay hike. In solidarity with the government workers and others similarly situated economically, I trust that he will use the same process that the PM used and refuse the pay hike. Or if he cannot refuse the pay hike, I'm talking about the opposition leader now, at least be symbolic about it and donate the money in its entirety. Don't take the 20%. You don't need it. But putting that aside, whether you need it or not, as a matter of principle, don't take it. Show some guts, some fortitude, some spine. Don't take it. And you should also encourage the members of your party in Parliament not to take it. Sometimes you have to forego for the greater good. Protests are ongoing. Military building is on fire. Poor people are leaving Jamaica in droves to enter the US via Mexico. And those who remain behind are suffering like never before. Despite being touted as paradise by the government and the hotel industry to tourists, the mass of the Jamaican population, they're experiencing hopelessness, despair, and depression, the likes of which have not been seen by this generation. A lot going on, family. A lot. A lot. But that's my take for today. I see that my first guest is here. Actually, both of them are here. And family, I'd like you to join me in extending a warm Jamaican welcome to a man to whom I'm eternally indebted. Join me in extending a warm Jamaican welcome to a man who used his career so that I could continue mine. I sit here and I have no doubt in my mind. I sit here and I collect a pension every month from the government as a result of action taken by this man. He, they made him an offer. They, my enemies, they made him an offer that he should have accepted. But he refused, and he refused to his detriment. He suffered. I watch him suffer. His family suffered. And he did it in the spirit of justice, fairness, and truth. And again, I'm eternally, I'm getting emotional now every time I think about it. And I have to say it again. He could have walked away. He could have walked away and he left me hanging in the wind. But he didn't. He didn't turn his back. He stood, and he stood steadfastly. And I was shocked because there were those in whom I had placed trust, and they walked away from me. And I expected him to do the same, but he didn't. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to present to you my friend, my brother. You know, they say you have family that you choose because generally speaking, you don't choose your family. Well, he is a family member that I've chosen. And let me just say, he chose me first. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a retired FBI agent and an outstanding private investigator, Gamal Abdel Hafiz. Gamal,
Good afternoon, Mr. Rattigan, and
welcome,
good
welcome, welcome
afternoon
to the program. Welcome to the
to
program.
all
And by
your
the way, we're
audience.
going to be joined by Herb Nelson Jr., a dear friend of mine. Let me bring Herb on right now. Ah, there he is,
Uh,
Herb.
Good
Okay,
afternoon to
Gamal,
you, and
Hi,
nice to
Herb.
see you
How are
again.
you?
good afternoon to my brother as well, Gamal, Abdel. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, not as great as you, my friend. You're looking very good.
Thank you. Thank you. And I have to thank Mr. Rattigan for bringing us together. I
Yeah,
haven't spoken to you in a while.
yeah, I know. But it's all good.
It's
It's
all
all
good.
good.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Well, folks, let me just say that you're looking at a true American hero when you look at that man. Take a look at him and remember his name. That man, he suffered, but he also produced for this government, the US government. He did. Um, I don't know where to start with his qualifications, except to say that, in addition to being a brother, he's taught me a lot, and he's taught a lot of people. He's also a teacher. Um, he uh, he he was the person who identified the first homegrown terrorist cell in the U.S. For those of you who remember the USS Cole, at that time there were only two people working for the FBI covering the entire Arabian Peninsula from Kuwait all the way down to Yemen, 7 countries. There were only two people, and you're looking at them right now. When 9/11 happened, it was chaos. But before 9/11, it was chaos. It's more chaos after that. He's been trained by some of the best intelligence in the world. Um, he knows how to develop sources. He knows how to handle sources. He knows how to protect information. He knows how to protect people. And by the way, he's one of the persons that, if I were chosen back in 2012 or so to be the commissioner, he was going to be on my team to develop that source, that intelligence base. In fact, I'll let you know that I called on him when I applied for the job. And by the way, Gamal, he's married and he's got 3 beautiful children. They were how old were they back in 2012, 13, Gamal? I don't remember.
Oh, they were like 11 and 8 and 6.
Okay. Well, let me just say one thing before I introduce and get on the program. What happened? I called him up and I said, "Hey, Gamal, I have applied for this job. The government asked me to apply. I want to and try and help my people because crime is out of control. But to come out of you and give 6 months because I knew he had a wife and children at the time that he's responsible. So I said, if you can just give me 6 months, and you know what he said to me? Never forget it. He said to me, Will, I will come and I will stay as long as you want me to. And I said, but what about your family? And he said, my family will be fine. I will come. He said, if you clean up and you believe that I can be of assistance, I will be there for as long as you want me to. That touched me. And Gamal, I've never said it to you, but man, you're a hell of a human being. You're a hell of a family member. I don't know how much to thank you. I really don't. But anyway, you're on the program now, and people are wondering, well, who is this guy? Gamal, give us a sense of who you are, please.
Okay. I was born and raised in Egypt, and I came to the United States 42 years ago. I'm a Muslim, and I was the first ever Muslim to become an FBI agent in the United States. I worked this job. I loved it. I enjoyed it. I honored it, and I put everything I got into this job because I feel like I was supposed to. A lot of people told me that I had the talent for it before I even joined the FBI, which I appreciate that. I worked international terrorism almost my whole career. They used to call me in the Dallas office the mayor of Dallas. Why? Because I knew almost every Arab and every Muslim in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And when somebody wanted to speak with someone that I don't know, if I know where they live or where they work or where they hang out, I'll find someone that can connect me to them. And I convince them to speak to us. It's a good talent to have. It's an honor to be trusted with this kind of job. And I have seen a lot of corruption in my lifetime. As I said, I was born and raised in Egypt, and I was following the Arab Spring very closely. When it took place in 2011, January 25th, 2011, that's when it started. And the Egyptian people changed 2 elected presidents within 3 years. The first one, when they started the Arab Spring and the demonstrations, they were only asking for the removal of the Minister of Interior because the police is corrupt. Then they found that the police is getting heavy-handed, even worse than it was, and the president and the government were silent. Within about 3 days, the chanting changed that the president should go. And people thought that would never happen to a president who's been in power for 30 years and he has a very good grip on everything. The people stayed on the street 24/7 for more than 18 days straight. until the president finally announced that he's stepping down. When he stepped down, the people on the streets wanted a part in the change. The military took over until the change was done and the elections took place. They elected another person as a president. Then the people found that his group, which is the Muslim Brotherhood, was the actual one who was running the country, not the actual president who was running the country. They took another revolution 13 months later, and they forced his ouster. So what I'm saying is corruption could be fought and won, but it takes everybody to be a part of it. You cannot rely on a handful of people that will get the job done, or they will fight for you, or they will get justice for you and your family, or will make life easier for you and your family. You have to take a part, even if you cannot be there in person, be there in spirit. Don't back out. Don't cower away. Just be there, and nothing will happen to you that the good Lord did not mean for it to happen. Everything is already ordained. So don't think, oh my God, this will happen to me. Well, people who are afraid of death, people die falling out of their bathtub more than the people that die in car accidents at their own home. So don't think that anything bad will happen. Yes, some people, few people died in the Egyptian revolution. Many of the young people were targeted with snipers with the rubber bullets in their eyes. They lost their eyesight, and they kept fighting back. They kept fighting back. Okay, a revolution in a country with, at that time, it was over 100 million people. Okay, when you have the casualties less than 1,000, that's one heck of a successful revolution. You know, you cannot expect any gain without pain. I see and I watch Mr. Rattigan's program, and I see the amount of corruption that's taking place in Jamaica. You have a beautiful country. You have a country that people would love to spend thousands of dollars to go and spend the week there, okay, and enjoy the country. Are the people who own the country really enjoying their country? No. Somebody else keep enjoying the country and enjoying the money that's coming in, and everybody else is getting deep into poverty. If people feel like we're starving, we're struggling, the most powerful revolution is the revolution of hunger. When people get hungry, that's when they have nothing to lose. Okay? And I'm not calling the Jamaican people hungry people at all. Don't even think that. Just you're hungry for freedom. You're hungry for justice. You're hungry for fairness. And that's a lot worse hunger than the hunger for food. Because if I eat bread and tea and go to sleep, and somebody else eat a kilo of very, very good steak and go to sleep, both of us will sleep well, and both of us will wake up in the morning the same people. Okay? So whatever goes into your stomach is not the issue. It's whatever affects your mentality, your self-worth, your self-respect, your self-value. That's the hunger that I'm calling for, and people should revolt to change. I see Mr. Rattigan every Saturday on his program. But guess what? You can speak all day long every week. Unless people decide to do something about it, the people in power will not be affected and will not change. Sorry, I took longer than I thought I will.
No, 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 no. Interesting thoughts and the philosophy. Um, let me saying that we have a police force in Jamaica, and it's supplemented by the military. Uh, Especially now that we have a high homicide rate. They meaning the police, they don't have a source base. Not that I'm aware of an effective source base. In fact, Gamal, there's a mantra in Jamaica that says "Informer for dead." Translated, yeah, and I spoke about this earlier. Informers must die; they mustn't live. People hate informers. But I've said to people that the FBI lives and dies by informants because you can have all the technology in the world. You need a body. You need a person in that organization. You need a live person who can tell you what's going on. Now, you can confirm or deny with technology, but you need somebody. You need you need somebody in the organization. Can you speak to us a little bit? Because I know that you know there are certain things that you cannot talk about until you'll have to take those things with you to your grave. But as much as you can talk about developing a source base and the interaction between the police and the community to make it a successful marriage to address the crime issue. Speak to that, please.
Sure. Sources are very important. And as you said, at the FBI, we live and die by the help of the sources. Let me tell you what my sources were good for. First of all, I would like a source who will tell me if someone is planning something to harm the country or the people in my country. I used a lot of sources to exonerate people. I'll give you an example. We get a letter, anonymous letter, that tell us so-and-so who lives in this place, who has a business in this place, whose phone number is this, whose wife's name is that, is a terrorist, and he's a member of a terrorist group. They send me that letter and they say, can you verify that? So I go and I check with people that know this person very well. And if they say that's not true and he's very good and he's very peaceful and I don't hear one bad thing from 5-6 people that I trust, that letter goes into the shredder. That's how good sources are. And instead of starting a big investigation on an innocent person for a year or two until you prove that he's innocent, you are saving his dignity, you are saving his reputation, and you are saving manpower and resources for something else. You have a source that will come and give you information about someone who's planning on doing an attack or someone who is breaking the law somehow. Okay? If the Jamaican people refuse sources, they are empowering the corrupt government. Because if the corrupt government have sources, they cannot say we don't know. If the homicide rate is so high, it's because people are hungry for fairness and justice, and they feel like it's a fair game to go and kill someone for their money or jewelry or whatever. Okay? If you, as a Jamaican citizen who lives in Jamaica, cannot go on the street at 1 o'clock in the morning with your wife or with your daughter walking for an hour safe, you need to revolt. You need the change. Not each and every citizen will go around carrying a gun or carrying a knife to protect himself and his wife and his daughter. And even if you have a knife to protect them, what if you are facing 5, 6 people? Okay? Criminals, they thrive on lack of justice. They thrive on corruption within the government. And this should be stopped. Sources are great as long as they are working for fair and honest government. If the government is corrupt and they have a source, an informant, and it's just making up something. If I don't like Mr. Rattigan, I go and say Mr. Rattigan is doing this and this and that. Okay? If they are corrupt, they will go after Mr. Rattigan based on the bad information they got from a bad source. If they are not corrupt, they will be verifying all of that and find information to corroborate 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 sources before they start going after someone. I always had sources, and I had sources against sources. So I have a source who's giving me information on another source just to make sure I'm getting an honest person to deal with. Okay, I dealt with a person for a minimum of 1 year. Tells me something, I verify it, tells me something before I even open them as an official source for me. Because people's livelihood and reputations are very, very sacred, and it could not be played with.
Before I bring her in, let me just say one thing that one of my experiences with sources. I remember I was in a foreign country, and I had some people who would normally tell me things, and I happened to have a conversation with a CIA officer, and it's weird because the person who was telling me things, he said, "I'll just tell you because I like you, you're a nice guy, blah blah blah." And the CIA agent, we were talking about the information being passed and so on and so forth. And he said to me, "If you have a source, Will, that will only talk to you, then that's not a source, that's a friend. Because a source will talk to an organization. Because if you are his friend and you leave and then the information pipeline shuts down, then that's not a source. We need that information pipeline to stay open. So what will happen is that you develop that relationship, but then if when you're leaving, you bring somebody else in and then you just pass that person on. But all of that takes, as you said, it takes time, it takes dedication, it takes trust, it takes a belief, it takes a system. Because in Jamaica, what we know is there are some people that they call sources. They're not sources, and they provide information, not intelligence. What they do is some of these so-called sources, they'll only talk to certain policemen. So certain policemen will know what's going on, and if that person is transferred, that's the end of that. So, that's just one of my experiences, that if you have a source, then the source has to be able to talk to whoever replaces you, talk to the organization, not just one person. But again, the idea of, well, let me ask you this, and then Herb can jump in once you're finished answering. How do you protect a source? If the mantra is informants should die, how do you information?
I protect the source by never ever revealing anything that the source gives me that will identify him as an only person who knows.
A singular
A
source.
singular source. That
Right.
will never happen. Okay? You protect the source by protecting the information they give you. It should never go public. If somebody's giving me information about X, okay, I never go and tell X, hey, I heard you're doing this. I do my homework. I do my due diligence. Okay. It may take a month, it may take 6 months, it may take a year.
But time is on your side. That's what you're
Time is
saying.
on my side. And also to respond to your issue with the friend or a source, all my sources were transferred to other agents before I retired.
Hmm.
They were transferred
It's interesting.
and they were convinced that they are continuing to do the right thing by talking to other people at the FBI.
It's interesting because we have at least when I was here, we had something called a field intelligence group.
I
I
was
think you even worked on one of them.
I was on it.
You were the coordinator.
Yes.
Well, we had a huge one up in New York, right?
Mhm.
And we had one in Mississippi as well. And the purpose of that group, their only purpose in the FBI to develop sources. So, for example, if a case agent had a case and he couldn't find a source, I mean, he would try because the FBI, as we said, it lives and dies by sources. So when you have your file review, one of the first things that your supervisor would say is, "Let me see your source files." You better have
Mhm.
source files, or you better have some documentation showing that you're trying, but you can't develop a source because God helps. You're gonna need God's help. So this group, the field intelligence group, that's their main purpose. Go out and develop sources. So if I'm trying, if I have a case and I can't find a source, then I would go to somebody like Gamal and I say, Gamal, look, here's my case. Can you help find a source? Gamal's job is to eat the pavement. And maybe he has a source like that ready or readiness. They'll call them hip pocket sources. He may have a hip pocket source and say, you know what? I
I
have
always
somebody
had
that can.
them. I
You always have
always
hip
had
pocket sources. Right. So
them.
what happened is so then Gamal would then turn over that source to the agent. And like he said, he would convince that person that you're doing the right thing by working with the organization and helping the mission. So Herb, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Gamal, it's interesting because a lot of the sources that we watch give information. The information is what we in the other parts of the intelligence community had to depend on to determine if we're going to drop 500 pounds of hot explosives on top of them and take out in the process a whole lot of people. So in our business, we had to be very sure of the sourcing. As a matter of fact, we would get some validation electronically if we could
Of course.
to make sure we could validate what the sources had given us was on the money. And of course, you've seen where things go sideways when the information is bad. And one of the things I'll talk about is when the Gulf War started, the second Gulf War with Saddam. He was in a restaurant, and by the time the information comes in and is processed and goes back out as actionable intelligence, they drop 500-pound bombs on top of the restaurant, but Saddam is no longer there, right? And that causes us to look bad, really, really bad, because here's the US killing innocent people based on source information. But let me bring it home to Jamaica. Problem compromises. Jamaica has one of the most compromised uh, police force, as well as military. It's not just the police. The question is, who can I trust? Who can I trust to turn over my sources to? So what you find is that the police themselves are not maintaining the records that could indicate who their sources are, right? If there's a confidential list of people, it may exist with one of the bigger name specialty investigative organization like major organized crime or the CETA, counterterrorism and organized crime. I'm not aware when my friend went down to Jamaica and assumed the control of the Homeland Security investigations. And the one thing he said to me is, Herb, I'm looking around to see who my CIs are, and they're non-existent. So it means none of the agents here ever trusted anyone enough to keep them on payroll and to tell the incoming agent who their CIs were. So what do you do in a situation like that when there's a lack of trust, when it's obvious that once the police knows who you are, your name gets back to the very people you're reporting on, right? And then somebody gets killed. I should say somebody gets hurt. Worse yet, they get killed. How do you then cultivate sourcing in an atmosphere like that? Just any ideas that you may have that can help the police, because it comes down to whoever they speak to, they have to keep it close to the chest and not really disclose who the person is for fear that they will be taken out.
Herb, are you asking me or asking Will?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I was asleep. No, I'm just kidding. No, actually, I was listening to you and I saw some of the comments. The problem, you're 100% correct. If I'm a good citizen who has some good information, how can I trust the officer that I'm going to give the information to? It's a tough call. I have to really know that officer, not just anybody. I have to know them. I have to trust them. I have to know that they will protect me if anything comes up or is become known. Other than that, a lot of people will be afraid to share anything with the police. So I'm going to go back to the root. I noticed that people who are oppressed, they refuse to go vote. Why? Because they think the result is already known. Why would I bother? Guess what? The result is not already known if you and everybody else decide to vote your conscience. Not vote for the guy who gave you a gift and the guy who's handing food at the polling stations and the guy who's handing money at the polling station. You vote your conscience. And first, you need to vote for the parliament that you trust, because the parliament has the power to change a lot of things. If the parliament is corrupt, the government would be corrupt. If the government is corrupt, the police would be corrupt. If the police is corrupt, the whole cabinet will be corrupt. So vote first. To protect the information and the source is a tough call in this environment, Herb. You know, I never been to Jamaica, but from what I hear and what I know, it will be a very tough call to protect sources' identity, because you don't know if the officer that you are sharing this with is corrupt or not. Is he gonna throw you under the bus or not. Okay. And again, some sources give me information that's not correct, and I don't go after them, because if I know that they were sincere about what they are giving me, but they did not get it right, okay, we'll keep going. But if they keep giving me bad information time after time, I'll cut them off. You know.
Let me just say, bless up everyone, particularly joining us today, particularly the Partner Draw TV, was it Students Army? A lot of you I see in the chat room. Thanks for coming on. Again, also thanks to Jeffrey Tavares' group, Wayne Lonesome's group, and the Fireman out of Jamaica, his group. Somebody mentioned about establishing a human group, and they were saying that what will work in the US and Canada won't necessarily work in Jamaica, and that's true. But that's true. It may or not. But you don't know till you try. You don't know till you try. Now, how do you try? It's difficult, as Gamal said, and as Herb just said, it's difficult for a citizen to suddenly start giving information to a policeman and just thinking that his information and his identity will be protected. Which means that we're going to have to start from the top of the stream. Our government may have individuals as a whole. Corruption reigns supreme in Jamaica. And it's not just with this administration, it's been going on for decades. And the losers, time and time again, are the poor people. The people who should have gotten some of the $750 million loan that Jamaica got from the IDB, IMF, and the World Bank for COVID, during the COVID period, for business community and vulnerable community. And the people in the vulnerable communities, a lot of them didn't get any money. Now their children, their grandchildren, and so on, they have to pay that loan back. That is corruption. Somebody lined their pockets, because Jamaica has less than 3 million people. And they got in from these three sources, they got $750 million US dollars cold cash. And it didn't reach the places where it should have gone. So we have to start with the top. Now, how do you start with the top? Several ways. One is what we see now, the demonstration, or the protest. And we need more people to get out there. We need more people on social media to start saying, the right thing. Now, we do know that it's kind of an oppressive situation, because we've seen where Jamaica, they have a top 200. On an island, 4,400 and some odd square miles, less than 3 million people, they can't find the top 200. But if you speak out against the prime minister, you are found within 24 hours. Whether it's under your bed, in your toilet, they find you. And what do? They parade you. They parade you out in public, and so you're forced to give an apology to the prime minister for saying things about him. He's a politician. He volunteered. He's a public person, and you have a right under the Constitution to voice your disaffection, your disillusionment, your disappointment with him. You're allowed to do that. Now, even though some of you may use crass language, you still have a right to do that. But yet, the 200, they can't find them, but they find you, right? So what we have to do is we have to do the and online. Fortunately, they can't touch us online yet, because if they could, they would. And then we also have to take them to court whenever we can. We have to do the PR piece. So we go to the State Department in Washington, D.C. We go to the donor agencies, countries, and we said, look at what's happening. The money that you're giving to build the clinic is not being built. People are not getting medical services, but you're not doing oversight. You need to do oversight. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry to interrupt you. Well, I just thought of something when you were saying they found the person within 24 hours and they paraded him in front of the TV. They do this on purpose. And sometimes they take the media with them, with their cameras while they are arresting the person, to show people if you speak against us, we'll find you. So people will think about it twice. This is an intimidation tactic. Okay? We'll find you. They can find anyone they want. But guess what? That police officer who finds one of the 200 people you're talking about, if he's given a bribe, he will let the person go. Then that person who's wanted, he will go and harass and intimidate and steal from someone to make up twice as much for what he gave the officer. And the cycle will keep on.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. I'm saying there are things that we can do, and so the leadership, and it's a public secret. The leadership is corrupt. Everybody knows. Public secret. We all know. It's supposed to be a secret, but we all know it's corrupt. Money comes in for a particular purpose. The purpose is not realized, not satisfied, and then the money's gone. And then the thing about Jamaicans, ones that, at least in some of the instances we're seeing now, there's so much apathy that people kind of just accept it, right? They've been downtrodden, they've been beaten, physically and otherwise, to the point where they just said, there's nothing we can do about it. It's just the price of doing business. Corruption is here and it's here to stay. And we're saying, no, we have to take a stand. We have to take a stand. And if it means that we're going to be humiliated, we're going to be, we're going to be abused, then so be it. Because we stand on the shoulder giants, people who did these things. They paid the ultimate price for us to be able to express our opinion, right? And it's a disgrace for us in this time, in this moment, in this era, to say, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to bother with it. Because at the end of the day, you're not only doing this for yourself, you're doing this for your children, your children's children. You're doing this for Jamaica, right? And another thing, and this is just an advice to the police commissioner and his crew, because I don't believe that we should hoard information. If we have something that we can share to make them better, I believe that we should. Because I'm not a politician. I don't care about party and politics. I care about people and policies, program. And what it is, it's a place to cultivate people within the community. It's another way to develop sources. And they bring them in. How many, the divisions, Gamal, how many times per year do they have Citizens Academy? Is it 2 or 3? I forgot.
Well, they have it once a year for every division.
Okay.
And they have about 30 people in each session.
Right. So the FBI, they go out and they identify people within the community. And people have perception about the FBI. And they bring these people in once a week. I think it's for like 6 or 8 weeks. I don't remember. But they bring them
11.
in.
11 weeks.
11 weeks. All right. And they bring them in and they demystify the FBI. They break the FBI down to its common denominator. They bring in all of these specialists, all the divisions, the heads, and they take questions and take them to the range. They have them fire the weapons. They get them so involved that that's the buy-in. That's the heart and soul of it. They buy into this thing. And I guess once you're an FBI agent, I shouldn't even say this because some people still say I'm working for the FBI. But once they bring them in, we develop ambassadors. These people, they go out. Cannot begin to tell you, Gamal, and the listening audience, and Herb, how many times I'm sitting at my desk, particularly when I was the number 2 guy in the office in Mississippi. People who went to the academy would call me and say, Mr. Ratigan, I see a strange car here. I see something going on. There's that going on. The 11-week investment was well worth it. Can't begin to tell you how many sources we signed up. So the JCF, if you're listening, maybe you should do like this. You don't have to do a citizens, a version of it. But this is just another idea. And you have the money because the minister said last year that he's been spending 1.2 billion US dollars to develop the JCF, to try the JCF and the Ministry of National Security. So there's plenty of money. You can do this. And if you need help, you know, maybe you don't trust me, maybe you don't want me there. But here you have two qualified people. You have Gamal Abdel Hafiz, who works at the Academy, and also Herb Nelson, right? He's done work with the so on and so. Here are two gentlemen. If you're watching government officials, reach out to them. Reach out to them because you're in dire need of help. But pride comes before a fall. And that's what we're seeing. Gamal, you have something you want to say, Herb?
Yeah. Well, I know that for a fact that the Citizens Academy was introduced by HSI possibly around 2017-18. And there were no real takers at the time because the JCF hierarchy felt like they were being pushed into things that they didn't want to comply with. But it's important to know that they did sign MOUs that fully indoctrinated them into those possibilities. And that, in fact, there are agents there, to include your assistant legate that's sitting there, who could, in fact, help to teach the classes, help to do the instruction. And if they're looking outside for outside help, Gamal, myself, the task force can provide that outside help because we have trained officers all the way up to captain in charge of, formerly in charge of a homicide and gang unit in LAPD. And we have other active people in NYPD that can come down and help to teach some of these classes. What I'd love to see developed in Jamaica, Gamal, is like the National Intelligence Bureau, the police arm, that they can develop something similar to what NYPD developed as an intelligence division, right? And specialize like the FBI officers who specialize in the intelligence area, right? Without that, you don't really have a team that can do infiltration, exfiltration type things, or can train others. We kick out people from the police academy because it shows where they have affiliation with gang members. And I said well over 2 years ago when they started doing the polygraphing of those students in the police academy in Jamaica, those are the very people you need. That if you flip them, you make them officers, and you allow them to infiltrate gangs, then you will have a trained officer inside that gang. No matter how much you hate the idea that their brother or their cousins or whoever was once a gang member or gang leader, if these folks are dedicated to fighting crime, then that's the sort of person you need inside a gang reporting from inside out. Because you're not going to get somebody out of the hills from an upper middle class family coming down and doing the same thing. They just don't have the foundation necessary to blend in. And it's the same thing like asking a complete foreigner to come in and blend in with the gangs. That's going to be extremely difficult, unless you're playing the role of a high roller from the cartel or from some organized crime organization that's coming in to strike up a business deal, right? But you do need people with a natural ability to blend into the gangs in Jamaica. I don't know how you feel about that, Gamal. Yeah.
Well, I fully agree with you, Herb. And the purpose of us being here is not to just knock down the country of Jamaica, is to prop up the people of Jamaica and prop up the system in Jamaica. So if we are wrong that they are corrupt, and we find that we are wrong, but they are only don't know how to do it, here we are. We're ready to go, jump in, and help to teach them how to do it and clean it up. If they don't take the help, that means they are corrupt, and I doubt that they will take the help. But we're here. We're here. And that's the bait I'm giving them. If you don't accept the help, you are corrupt. If you are not corrupt, you have to accept the help. Okay.
Gamal, the gentleman who is the Minister of National Security, right? In 2010, in the leaked WikiLeaks cables, there's one cable there that came out of the embassy in Jamaica, talking specifically about him and his involvement with criminal elements in a certain part of the country. That whether that's true or not, I'm not saying it's true. What I'm saying, it's a fact that this cable said it, right? And the cable came from information gotten by American sources. That's number one. Number two, we have the police who works for the Minister of National Security, the police commissioner. He's a military man, no law enforcement experience as we define law enforcement, right? None whatsoever. And we see it being demonstrated on a daily basis, the way he goes about his business. He's, in my estimation, and I'm open to being fully corrected, he's not a leader. He's not a leader. And then we have the prime minister, right? He cannot adequately explain some of his wealth to the group called the Integrity Commission that's responsible for looking at unexplained wealth. His statutory declaration that was submitted about 2 years ago still hasn't been verified. And the Integrity Commission, by now, they should have reached a decision to say, well, you know what? We can't verify it. It appears to be false. And so we're going to go ahead and press charges against him. And we see none of that happening. They tried to press charge against him the other day for something that happened back in 2000. The prosecutor declined. And there was a big brouhaha about it. But in this case, and that's what I'm saying to you, it's difficult. I think people in the it's difficult to do what you guys are asking because you're up against a corrupt system. You're up against people that, even if you say that they're not corrupt, at the very least they're inept and they're too proud. Because, like you said, if you're not corrupt, then take the help because you need the help. And if you don't take the help, it means you're corrupt because you don't want us to see what's going on. Gamal.
Well, you said everything I wanted to say again. It's important for the people to speak up. Okay. We are here, three people and speaking, and we're only given ideas and encouragement. But the people of Jamaica, who somebody mentioned that they are comfortable with the status quo, which should never happen. They are only convincing themselves that they are comfortable with the status quo because they don't want to convince themselves that they should do something about it. Okay? You're only convincing yourself of something when you are unable to change it. Okay? If you are unable to change, if you don't have the get up and go to do something, okay? Get up, vote, change the parliament. Change the parliament. And when the parliament know that they could be changed, they will do what the people put them there to do. But if the parliament is comfortable and they know they are not going anywhere, okay? The government is not going anywhere. The corruption is not going anywhere. And somebody's giving them pay raises so they can be happy where they're at. Okay? Before you give pay raises to government officials, okay, you have got to take care of the people. You have got to take care of the people. And I recall, I'll give the United States as an example, okay? When they said that the Congress doesn't want to approve the budget and the government will not have money to go ahead and pay for salaries. Someone said, if you tell Congress your salary will be canceled that month, as long as you're not approving a budget and get the job done, they will approve it and get it done. Because they don't want their pocketbook to be affected. You have to take steps. I know I'm an outsider here, but I feel for the Jamaican people. It's a beautiful island that everybody would love to go and visit. And no one should be there afraid to go because of the corruption. No one should be intimidated while they are visiting Jamaica to give money and bribes to corrupt officers and corrupt politicians. Okay? And that's when, if you kill corruption, your tourism will be more than plenty to make this whole country happy and prosperous. Thank you.
Herb?
Yeah, it's funny, Gamal, because everything that the PM, the cabinet, and all the high-ranking government officials do transcends our important institutions and organizations. And the example I'd like to use is like you familiar with football, soccer, a football federation, the national federation. These guys have been in power for, let's say, the last 10 years at least. The original leader died, but his vice president moved in and took over. And all the monies approved by the International Football Federation for the women's team when they made the first World Cup, it took a very long time to get the money to them, like a year and a half or so. And the men's team, the same problem. They have been going to the World Cup qualifications, and all those monies have been delayed. Players not getting paid, the players being abandoned in a foreign country. Why? Because there was no follow-on return payment for airline tickets. Women being abandoned down in Mexico because their bags could not be loaded on the aircraft because it could not be paid for. And you ask yourself, if indeed FIFA, which this is money coming from Coca-Cola and AT&T and others, FIFA is giving them this money and the money is not available. So is that a nexus to U.S. finances? Could that prompt a follow-up investigation to what the FBI did to actually arrest the leader of the Caribbean Football Union, to try and arrest Jack Warner down in Trinidad for corruption? They were messing with our money that was donated from the US into FIFA.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing is happening right now, and there's no movement afoot to get people on the case and to get these people investigated.
I believe if somebody sued them in federal courts in the US,
Yeah,
there will be movement and they will win.
that's a great
Mhm.
idea.
Yes.
But you know what, Herb? There is a unit it's called the International Corruption Unit, uh, run by the FBI, and it's they have one in Miami, one in
New York
WFO Washington, one in New York, and one in
and
LA.
LA.
Yeah, if we can do the deep dive, not can once we start doing the deep
Right,
dive,
right.
sure, and we start coming up with that info, we provide them with that info, and we get an assistant U.S. attorney on board, and then you're going to see movement. You're going to see movement on this side because, as I've said before, Jamaican politicians they're unafraid of Jamaican justice. What they're really afraid of is losing that B1, B2 visa that allows them to travel freely to the US. And they're also afraid of landing in prison in the US. Now, uh, we were talking about ways to get people involved, and some, yeah, people can't even vote, they're not even registered. That's what we're talking about, getting people energized to the point where they said, look, I want to be on the registration rolls to vote, right?
Mhm.
Because it has to be done in a multifaceted way. It cannot be done just by the diaspora filing lawsuits or somebody doing a protest. It has to be a multifaceted approach where you hit them with all of these things going on at the same time. By the way, Gamal, there's a question for you from one of our favorite listeners, and she says to ask you, what are the cultural factors that affect crime and attribute to corruption? And can you make a comparison between individualistic culture versus collectivist culture?
Wow, that's a very loaded question. Well, run this question by me again.
Okay. Cultural factors that affect crime and attribute to corruption. And can you make a comparison between individualistic culture versus collectivist culture?
Well, the every culture has their own traits, okay? And the factors are you affected and are you fed up with it? Okay? That what will get you going. Are you fed up with it? And let me give you one small example, Will. In our town in Texas, we were trying to build a mosque, which is an act that's protected by the federal government, by the
Mm-hmm.
federal law. And the city council refused. They refused to give us a permit. Okay.
Why?
Why? It's just the place is not suitable, and the traffic and the normal stuff that they say. So it was very simple. We found out who are the people that voted against us. And some people in the Muslim community, they said, because the Muslim community were about 250 families in that town. And we decided to remove those people from office. How to remove the people from office is to vote. The following council member election, you go on voting day on a Saturday, and the lines were like 200-300 meters long nonstop. And you look at women with hijab and bearded men and their children who are over 18 going and voting. And guess what? The community voted these people out of office who thought that they're untouchable. And we went back for the permit. And guess what? We got the permit. We got the permit. This is a 50,000 people town. Take this on the large scale of 3 million people country. All you need to do is to get up and go vote. Vote the parliament out, and I guarantee you, you will shake down the government. Vote out the parliament. Culture has nothing to do with it, really. Okay? Individual culture, and human beings are human beings. Suffering is suffering. Struggles are almost the same in every corrupt country. So if we make it so complicated by saying collective culture and this and what's the comparison, and I respect the question a lot, but I'm trying to make it simple for the audience that may say, that's too complicated. No, it's not. Go and vote. You will change the whole regime. Hopefully, I was able to answer that.
Let me just say that the telephone number for those of you trying to reach me, it's 667-369-8569. We'll open the telephone lines in about 4 minutes. Again, the number is 667-369-8569. Someone just mentioned about a water issue. And again, when you talk about voting, people need to remember their situation when they go to vote, because a lot of times people vote that day. They vote what's happening to them that day, meaning that they get the $5,000, the T-shirt, the two-piece chicken, and then they vote, right? But they forgot what happened the last 4 years. For example, in 2016, this government told the people of Jamaica in their manifesto that, listen, water shortages will be a thing of the past because we're going to build ponds, we're going to build micro dams, we're going to do everything that's necessary to make desalination plants, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Guess what? That was 2016. Guess what's happening today? There's a water shortage in Jamaica.
Mhm.
There's a water shortage in Jamaica. People have to remember this, and that's why they have to walk away from that 5,000 that they're paid to cast a vote for whichever party. I don't care, right? I say vote the issues, right? Don't just vote because you're given a handout on the day of election or a week before election. Think about what happened the last 4 years, the last 6 years, the last 7 years. That's what you should do. Herb?
But ironically, Gabon, Jamaica is a land of wood and water.
Yeah.
And we are selling water, bottled water. We got ships that pull up to the dock, and the water is loaded onto those ships, and they're gone. A lot of the bottling companies, with the government's compliance, without surveys, without surveying the population, without saying very much, have allowed the streams and rivers to be interdicted, the ones that feed into water catchment areas. And that water is then processed and bottled and sent out of the country. Now, do we actually have a water shortage? I really and truly cannot say that if you're selling it abroad. But the fact is, the farmers and others who are our food producers, they suffer as a result of them being cut off from water sources, right? Much less, Mr. Ratigan can tell you, Morocco donated the what was that real that they donated the
2.6 million pounds of high grade fertilizer.
grade.
And Gamal, you may be familiar with the issue, but Herb, go ahead, finish the point.
Yeah. Well, this is an example of falling on deaf ears and them not caring what the diaspora outside says to them about it, right? But we've asked for an accountability of contributions made from the diaspora. It's not forthcoming. So now we're asking for individual contributions, and most significant is that fertilizer contribution meant for distribution to farmers. And you ask the farmers, and they have not received anything. And I know Will has submitted something to get an answer, and he can't even get an answer. So this is an example of the types of ill will towards the population and line in one's pocket. If ever there was an example, this is a perfect example of that. Because the only time we've seen the fertilizer out there might be for sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. How about if you
By the way, Gamal, one quick second.
sure.
If we have the second guest waiting right now queued
Sure.
up, so phone lines are going to be open. So anybody who wants to call and ask Gamal a question, or any one of us on the panel, please feel free to do so now. The phone is turned on. All right, go ahead, Gamal.
No, I mean, I'm sure Jamaica takes loan from the International Bank and the all the other World Bank and all of that. If the Jamaican people file a complaint with those entities, they will put the screw, they screw them big time, and they will squeeze them hard on everything they are giving them from now on. Okay, I guarantee you, if I live in Jamaica and I'm running out of water, whether I'm or a human,
Hold on one second, please, caller. Finish up the point, Gamal.
you know,
We have a caller.
and if I live there and I run out of water and I find ships loading water, I'll be putting my body in front of that forklift that's carrying the water into the ship at any cost. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, we have a caller. Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rattigan, Sir Herb, and your esteemed guest, Mr. Rattigan. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. The question I have to ask your guest is, if he was invited into Jamaica by the Jamaican government to investigate SSL, would the FBI make a joint statement with the Jamaican law enforcement? And when they're investigating, I don't know if he's aware of the whole SSL saga, but Mr. Rattigan, maybe you can update him on it. And if he's going to investigate, would they investigate the people who is in charge of SSL, the owners of SSL? Because until this present moment, the people of Jamaica do not hear anything from the Minister of Finance, who came out and said that the FBI is coming into Jamaica. We don't hear nothing from the Minister of National Security. And another question again I need to ask the good gentleman. If you have a Minister of National Security, don't you think that the Minister of National Security can travel to other countries to meet with his counterparts? The Jamaican Minister of National Security only traveled to St. Lucia from he assumed that office. So I want to find out from the good gentleman about the SSL saga. Would the FBI have a joint news conference with the Jamaican police? And don't you think that there's something wrong why the Minister of National Security cannot travel? The Jamaican Minister of National Security, Dr. Harris Strong.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll listen to the answer.
All right, cool. Gamal, what happened is that there's a financial scandal in Jamaica. One of the financial houses, money's missing, and we were told not by the Minister of National Security, but by the Minister of Finance. We were told that he made an announcement saying the FBI is coming in and the FBI is going to be involved with the investigation. And then we heard reports that there were about 40 or a big number of FBI agents coming in to assist with this financial investigation. And then the minister came out again and he said, yeah, the FBI, they're doing great work. They're far ahead than what we thought, and everything is intensified. I think he used that word, intensified. But then we had the local police officer who's in charge of CTOC, Counterterrorism Organized Crime, that group, who's in charge of the investigation. He's saying, no, there's no FBI. He said it's a local, and then we see it fit to bring the FBI in. We'll bring the FBI in. That was followed by the minister again coming out and contradicting what the police officer said. And he said, no, they're here, and blah, blah, blah. Is that, hey, if the FBI were involved in an investigation of this sort, this magnitude, and they had 40 FBI agents, whatever the number is, would they have like a press conference of some sort saying, yes, we're here, and just give you the perfunctory remarks just to let you know that they're here and that they're working? Because those remarks were made months ago, and we haven't seen a single FBI agent walking around in Jamaica asking people questions, particularly the alleged perpetrators. Now, one lady has been arrested, but she wasn't the owner or top management. She was somewhere in the middle. She handled accounts and she made some statements. So the question is, would the FBI in general come out and do like a press conference, maybe at the beginning or at the end?
Well, I'm not sure what authority the FBI would be going to another country to investigate their finances. I'm really surprised to hear that. I will doubt, even if they were invited by the Jamaican government, they will not go there because they don't have any authority to go to another country and investigate their finances. Okay. They will investigate their finances if there is money laundering involving international banks or international movement of money. Okay. If the people, the government of Jamaica is corrupt, they are not going to go there and investigate the corruption in Jamaica. They don't have the authority to do that. All right. From what I heard from Mr. Rattigan, it seems like the Minister of Finance wanted to scare the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of National Security is calling his bluff and saying, we are investigating ourselves. Usually, if the FBI is doing something like this, there will be a report at the end of the investigation issued publicly. But I don't see what authority the FBI will have to go there and investigate. Wilfred, correct me if I'm wrong. Herb, correct me if I'm wrong.
Now, this is what is amazing. The same Minister of Finance is the one responsible for these recent salary increases, which we at one point thought was his way of changing the conversation, getting away from the real crime that has occurred, right? By increasing salaries up to 230, 40%. And he has failed. That fact, even when the auditors, KPMG, was called in and they did a report, he claimed that he never received the report. Now, on one of our programs, we had him on and we pressed on that. And we kept pressing even after he was off. And eventually he went back and said, oh, the report was in fact delivered, because the person in charge at the Financial Services Commission said that not only did they email the report to his office, but the report was delivered by courier. That means somebody signed for it, right? And so all of a sudden, he got the report. The funny thing is that his boss, the Prime Minister, closed out his account right after that report was published. So the natural inkling is to believe the Prime Minister saw something bad happening at this Financial Services Commission and closed his account out completely. He didn't just withdraw most of his money. He just shut it down. And nobody else was tipped off as to what was going on at the time. So,
I'm sorry. I can assure you, if the FBI did an investigation, they will never email the report and they will never send it with a courier. That report will be hand delivered during a meeting to explain what's in the report, then they hand the report. I think this was a scare tactic used by two ministers who are trying to scare each other, and everybody wants to say, "Hey, I have the FBI involved." You
Now,
know?
here is my take on it, right? And
Yes.
you're right. My take on it is this, and I've been involved in these types of overseas investigations. There is an FBI presence in Jamaica. There is an ALAT at the embassy. It used to be handled out of the Dominican Republic. It was a road trip, but they put a permanent body at the embassy. What I think happened is that they probably went to that ALAT and said, "Hey, listen, can you run some leads for us? We have some names, we have some accounts. Can you do this for us?" And they said, "Oh, the FBI is involved. The FBI is doing."
Yeah.
Because somebody asked the question, if an American is involved, would the FBI get involved? Yes, the FBI would get involved, but not to the degree, not to the extent that we've heard. This sounds to me like it's something that's being run out of Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, and it's done by the regular staff. It's not done by the FBI flying in people, and they have forensic analysts, and they have white collar investigators, and they have this and no, it's large data analysts. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. So they say that, and it kind of gives credence to it. Here's another piece of it, Gamal, that I did mention to you. The Jamaican government went out, solicited the assistance of a private forensics firm out of England. And Herb did the research on that company. That company is not even ranked in the top 5 in England. They brought them in, and they had a sign-in media thing, right? They didn't have one with the FBI, but they had one with this company signing. And I said to people, listen, the FBI is not going to work with a private company because you need 2 things. You need a need to know, and you need to have the clearance. If you don't have the clearance, they're not going
They
to
cannot
work
share
with you.
anything.
They cannot
Yeah.
share anything. And if you don't, and if there's no need to know, because you can have the clearance, as you and I know. Like, for example, if you're working counterintelligence and I'm working criminal, you and I have the same clearance, a top secret clearance. But I don't have a need to know what you're doing over there. So if I, and you don't have the need to know what, so if I start looking into your files, the system Bill is looking at your file. And that could trigger an investigation of me, saying, why are you
Yes.
looking in Gamal's files? So the idea that they're going to bring a private company in and the FBI is going to work with that, it's laughable.
The hand-picked a private company.
Yeah.
Okay? The hand-picked a private company that will give them the report they are looking for.
Yes. Absolutely.
There you go. No, the second question that the caller asked about was the Minister of National Security, the gentleman who's in charge of the police, right? He's in charge of law enforcement for Jamaica. He's in charge of safety and security and reassurance. This gentleman has been sitting there for several years, and he hasn't traveled to the big partners, their countries, right? He hasn't traveled to Canada, the US, UK, right? Europe.
Mhm.
He's traveled to St. Lucia, right? He traveled December of last year. And so the feeling is, how can you have a minister in a country that's just rampant with crime? And instead of him traveling to come to the US, the prime minister came to discuss crime issues. The police came, but was nearly absent.
It's very possible that he's afraid there is a warrant for him
Yeah.
to be arrested.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Because they go ahead, Herb.
No, I was gonna say, Gamal, it is strange that a very identical name was floating around the embassy with DOJ asking questions about that person and associates who were subsequently arrested, brought to the U.S., tried. One associate got 10 years, the other got 35. The 10-year guy already served his time. The 35-year guy is still here, right? And there is an association with those two. And there was one more person DOJ asked for, that was caught last year in a house raid were in that person's district, that person's political district. And mysteriously, with his vehicle there, he was taken away and his vehicle disappeared, but they never showed up at any police station. They found over 7 million Jamaican and over 4 million US dollars in the house. So that's what they said. People believe there was a lot more money there because it was a stash house. There was all kinds of contraband found inside the house in this person's district. So nobody has any idea how all of this transpired and how this man has been able to stay ahead of HSI, DEA, and the DOJ all these decades. But he was living very comfortably in this minister's district. And this is the same minister we're talking about.
No, this same minister, that's the same person I'm talking about, Gamal, that the WikiLeaks cable coming out of the American embassy said that he had an association with criminal. This same minister. I believe that he's thinking that there's a sealed indictment waiting for him. And so based on that, based on the WikiLeaks cable, that there's a sealed indictment waiting for him, and so he's not going to travel. We haven't. The second thing is this, and cables came out. Everybody saw the cables, or I assume that a lot of people saw the cables, or better yet, I assume that the government saw the cable. The prime minister, the current prime minister, saw the cables or heard about the cables. Guess what? He made this gentleman the deputy prime minister. He made this gentleman the second highest ranking government official elected to parliament. He's the number
After
two.
the cable? After the cable?
Yes.
Yeah, after the
After
cable.
the cable became public? Okay.
Yeah.
Because he knows that this person has a key information against him. So he wanted to elevate him to make sure he doesn't open his mouth. Okay. I know.
It's interesting you said that because with the current reshuffle of ministers, what was this guy's rated? It was 91% of the people thought he was ineffective and doing a bad job.
93% disapproval rating this man got.
Disapproval rating.
So
And
he still have 7% approval, and he went with
but
that.
he gets to keep his job. He doesn't get reshuffled, and he gets promoted. Before the National Security Ministry, he had another ministry. So, and this is after that cable was published. So now he has been promoted first to the National Security Ministry and subsequently became Deputy Prime Minister.
Okay.
It's amazing.
I believe it's a group of corrupt politicians.
Hold on a second.
A group of corrupt politicians who are playing the musical chairs in the cabinet.
Hold on a second, Jeffrey.
You know, they're just playing the musical chair. You are here for 5-6 years. If it gets too hot for you, I'm gonna move you to another chair and move somebody else, and we just keep playing the game. And instead of bringing fresh eyes, more educated people with the fresh perspective on what's going on around the world, they are keeping people bottled in within the Jamaican mentality of corruption among the politicians.
All right, hold on one second. We have another call. Caller, welcome to Reason with Radigan. You're on the line. Go ahead, please. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Sound like they're hung up.
Hello? No, they're reconnecting. All right, fine. Okay. Yeah, so that's where we are with the so now you see the structure and you see what's
Yes,
okay. Here we
yes.
go. Hold on one second. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes,
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, Mr. Rattigan. And I just want everyone to listen to what the gentleman your guest said. Because you have been saying it on the Make We Talk program, you have been saying it on Mr. Lonesome program, that there must be a seal indictment somewhere for Jamaica's Minister of National Security, why he cannot travel. And I want everyone to really listen to what you, Wilfred Radigan, has been saying it on the Make We Talk program and Wayne Lonesome program for how many months now? We cannot have a minister of national security who cannot travel to foreign countries to meet with his counterparts. Yet we have the prime minister and the commissioner of police traveling. It makes absolutely no sense. And the time has come for us in our country to call a spade a spade. The minister of national security must resign. The prime minister must do the honorable thing and tell him to go. As what the gentleman said, it seems as if the minister of national security has some secret for the prime minister. And the
it would
time
appear.
has come for Harris Strong to step down.
Right, right.
Mr. Rattigan, you have a very good program, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, the thing is, we don't know if there's a seal indictment. We're just assuming that there's a seal indictment, but it would seem that way based on the WikiLeaks cable and the fact that he hasn't traveled to the United States and that somebody else is always traveling for him. You know, because I've seen the police commissioner. I think he's traveled like I know of two times, and I'm sure there may have been other times as well, but I'm sure of two times, and we haven't seen his boss. And so people are asking, why hasn't he traveled? And then the fact that he was made the deputy prime minister. This is just, hold on one second. Yes, caller. Welcome to Reason with Radigan. Go ahead, please. Hello. Hello. Hmm. Yeah, hopefully the caller will call back. Yeah, we have about 8 more minutes to go. And so if you want to call and ask Gamal a question, please do so because he's going to leave. And then we have our second guest coming on. So that's where we are, Gamal. It looks highly suspicious. And I mean, people can draw whatever conclusions they want to draw from it, but it doesn't look good. The optics alone,
Yes,
yeah, doesn't look good.
yes, yes. No, there's. It's very obvious. As I said, it's a gang of politicians who are controlling the government.
Hello, caller. Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Mr. Wilfred Radigan and Herb, for your program, for educating the public. I want to say thank you to your guest. He's an immense wealth of knowledge. My question to him is, how can you change the psyche of the Jamaica mentality when we've been beaten so much for years and years by these two colonial parties? How can you then empower us to be strong enough first to have a coalition to come together and vote these people out and have proper governance? Because as a diasporan, I've learned what good governance can do for somebody. It lifts up the mind. When we have food taken care of, somewhere to live, and clothes on our back, I can now be creative to be the best citizen I can be wherever I am. How can you empower Jamaicans to stop thinking the way they think, crab in a barrel mentality, and start to come together and see what these politicians are doing and get them out and get people like yourself to run the country? Thank you. I'll listen for the answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, caller. Mm-hmm.
Wilfred, I am not sure if this idea was brought up before. You have a very large diaspora of Jamaicans in the United States. and the vast majority of them are very successful business people. Have they thought about starting a trust of like $100 each to be put with a trust fund to support lawsuits and support media
Mhm.
media campaigns to expose all of this? Okay. Reason with Rattigan by itself is not enough media exposure.
Mhm.
Okay. If you expose them widely, it will be very beneficial. Just an idea. Go ahead.
I'll talk to you about that. Well, hold on 1 second. Caller, go ahead, please. Caller.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello. Hi. How are you? Go ahead, please.
Yes, please. I'm calling. I find your program to be very informative and quite interesting. If I am a Jamaican born and I am American citizen, can I still vote in Jamaica?
Yes, if you have a residence, you'd have to establish residency in Jamaica. You can't just go back and say. And plus, not only that, you have to register. You have to register on the enumeration. What's it called? Herb enumeration roll.
Well, it's the election commission. You have to be on that roll, and that means you would then have to have established residence.
Right. You have to establish residency, get on the voting rolls, and then you're eligible. You get on the list, and then you're eligible.
There are Jamaicans who fly home just to vote.
Yeah,
There are
but they have
Jamaicans
established
who
residency,
keep
and they're on the list.
Yeah, and they're on the list. They own a lot of them do own homes in Jamaica.
Yeah, Gamal, getting back to the idea you just mentioned, we're in the
Yes.
process right now. I have the paperwork here. There's a little bit of a glitch, but there's a paper. We have the paperwork to establish a foundation, and we're targeting 100,000 people. And I say people because not only Jamaicans, but friends of Jamaica, friends of
Yes.
Jamaicans, and we're looking to get a war chest of about $10 million.
You
It will
can
be
count on me as one of them.
okay. I know you're going to give $1,000, so that's
Be happy to.
yeah.
I'll be happy to.
Yeah, so and the purpose is exactly what you just talked about, is to raise legal issues in court, is to do PR work, is to help wherever we can to set the course right, because the government needs a course correction at the present rate. And also, this fund is not only for this government, it's for every government, every Jamaican government. So some people are thinking, oh, it's these guys want to bring this government down, and we're saying no, 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 no. This is for every Jamaican government going forward.
You can also buy TV ads during international events where Jamaica is involved.
Right.
Okay. And in the middle of the game, whatever game it is, while people in Jamaica are seeing it, you can have the ad aired and they cannot stop it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, look, Gamal, it's been a pleasure having you on. I just
Thank
my
you.
the
It's been an
second guest
honor.
has been waiting for a while, but look, my brother, you're welcome. Consider this your home.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we're so pleased to have you on, and we're gonna continue to keep this engagement going, because if you just look at the chat, you see people, they're excited about
Yes.
the experience, the thought that you bring to this forum, and we realize that we as Jamaicans, we cannot do it alone. So we're gonna harness all the information we can from whatever source to ensure that at the end of the day, it will be one voice, but it will be a compilation of the efforts of several people. Let me just take this one call before you go, because I'm sure they want to
Okay.
talk to you. Hold on 1 second. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Yes, hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, caller.
Thank you. Will, I think your retired FBI colleague has just said it right. I think there's something going on why the Prime Minister can't say anything, because I think he's just beholden to these people for whatever reason. And that's the same Prime Minister, I think, also, who was aware of Del Rumpa's a situation with some real estate sales down there in St. James, I think Barnett Street to be exact, and he still helped her become our speaker. So it seems like he's beholden to a lot of people, and he really can't say much because they might know too much about it. Now, what I want to ask your guests, your distinguished guests, is, by the way, the General Legal Counsel did rule against her, and she's still talking about statute of limitation, and that's regarding Dalrymple. What I want to ask your guests, since he's from the outside looking in, I mean, how difficult it is for them to verify Andrew Holness' income stream. He gets income as a politician. You might have some investments locally and abroad, partnership. So if those things are very easy to verify. So it must be something way outside of that where they can't verify and they don't want to make a move on that. I would like him to tell us what he thinks about that, why it's so difficult to verify the Prime Minister's income, because the stuff that I just went through and some more that I didn't mention, they're very easy to verify.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, Gamal, that's the last question before you go on. What he's saying is that the Integrity Commission, the body that's responsible for getting all of the financial disclosures from government employees, that they've been looking at the Prime Minister's statutory declaration, and the last two, they can't verify it. So he's provided information to them, and they've said, we can't verify it. So he's asking, what should be done about, what are your thoughts about that?
How much integrity does the Integrity Commission has? I'm serious. I'm not being facetious here.
I know.
I'm just
great.
If the whole entity is corrupt, do you think the Integrity Commission will have enough integrity to expose corruption? How much are they getting paid? Who's paying them?
The government's paying them.
Who's giving them pay increase? Who approves the pay increase?
Government.
Who's approving their vouchers? Who's
Government.
approving their travel? Who's approving their hotel stays? You cannot ask the fox to watch the chicken cage. It just doesn't make sense. You need an entity that's completely away from the government and not getting paid by the government, not getting compensated by the government to do this job.
Right. I agree. It should have been funded by like some international organization.
Exactly.
So the purse string, it's not tied, because tell you what, they have to bring their findings to the parliament, and they have to give the parliament their
to approve it and to agree to it. Yes.
Yeah. And now there is movement afoot, because they tried to prosecute the prime minister recently, and it failed. And now there are parliamentarians saying that we shouldn't even give them the ability to prosecute anyone. We should take that away from them. So you're right.
Get rid of the parliament.
Yeah. My brother, take care of yourself as always. A pleasure. We'll be in touch.
Thank you to you, and thank you, Herb,
Great
and thank you
seeing
to
you.
all your guests. It's great to talk to you, and it's been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
Hey, the great seeing him again, man. Working with him in the past has been fantastic. So seeing him and hearing his opinions, there's no doubt in my mind that he's injected a whole lot of conversation today with people who are concerned as much as we are. They are concerned.
Right.
So who's is that? Who is our second guest again?
It's Jerry Small.
Jerry.
I'm waiting for him to join us. Hold on one second.
The lighting is good. Put it on.
That's still me. China. Um, here we go.
I tell you what, folks, we're going to take a quick break and then we're going to line up our second guest. So we will be right back. Hold on.
Yeah. All right. Ratty?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay. You're still live. You're still live.
Yeah, we're not seeing Gary though.
Your camera is on.
Yeah, my camera's on. I don't know what's going on.
All right, while they're doing that, yeah, Herb, it's an amazing thing because what happens is here you have somebody from the outside with the experience, and what he's doing is just looking at it now, and he can be independent. There's some things that he's not aware of, like some cultural issues and whatever, but in the main, when you start talking about corruption, he's able to address that, and I just hope that people find it find it useful that it's not Jamaicans that they can point to and say, well, yeah, them bad mind, them hate the prime minister, them this, them that. This is not the case, right? This is a case where there's somebody who's completely from the outside looking in.
Well, one thing I'd say, Gamal, with the history in Egypt under their president for over 35, 34 years was equally corrupt. And
Right.
and not just that, but they slaughtered a lot of their own citizens or allowed their citizens to be slaughtered in the name of politics. So you've got a situation where he has seen a whole lot. And if anybody's familiar with what happened in Egypt with the governance, then they can't be very surprised when they take a look at Little Jamaica, because Little Jamaica didn't come close to what Egypt was doing.
Right.
And so Gamal would be quite an authority to give advice and tell us exactly what we need to do.
Right.
That experience shows. And, he's been there, done that.
And I tell you, he would be a wonderful asset because for Jamaica because he doesn't know anybody in Jamaica, so he's not he wouldn't be susceptible to people trying to bribe him. Plus, he's not that kind of guy. I'm telling you, he's just not that kind. He's a straight shooter, right? And by the way, people, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be bringing on law enforcement professionals, retired, in the same vein as Gamal. And what we're trying to do is to get them to focus their experience on what's going on in Jamaica. So they'll give you a broad outline in the beginning about what they've done, where they've done it. And then we're going to, with laser focus, we're going to have them just look at Jamaica and give us their idea, their perception of what's going on, but also to provide solutions. We're just not looking for people to come in and criticize because we all know what the issues are, starting from corruption all the way down. We know what the issues are. And what we're looking for solutions. We're looking for, and by the way, and some of you are right in the chat. You said that, well, because it worked somewhere else doesn't mean it's gonna work in Jamaica. You're absolutely correct, but we won't know that till we try, right? And sometimes you can take an idea that might be too complex, too big, too convoluted, or maybe even too simple for Jamaica. But then you can trim it. You can trim it to fit the Jamaican experience, right? And then try it. That's all I'm saying. Because what they're doing right now is nothing. When you tell me that your strategy is what do you call enhanced security measures, and you say that your security measures are states of emergency and Zozo and curfews. That's not telling me anything. That's not. In fact, SOEs are unconstitutional. We know this. We know this because it's in the Constitution. It says that you can only use a state of emergency for insurrection, natural disaster, and wars. Not you can't use it for normal, everyday law enforcement measures. You can't use it for that. So when you tell me that this is all you've got, it tells me that you have no ideas. You're out of ideas. But then what you need to do, people, is you need to look at who's actually running those ministries. And the answer is glaringly and blindingly clear. Once you start doing that, you realize that these people don't have the experience. These people, what they do is they'll go online and they'll look at what some other countries are doing, and they'll come up as if it's an original idea, and they have no concept of how to make it work. Because when you hear the Minister of National Security and the police commissioner talk about intelligence and intelligence gathering, all you have to do at that point is to ask them to tell you about the intelligence cycle. How does it work? And then you start asking questions, and pretty soon you're going to realize, not pretty, very soon you're going to realize that they have no idea what you're talking about. Now, I've worked in intelligence centers for many, many, many years. Herb likewise. So we're very familiar with intelligence centers or fusion centers. Very, very familiar with how they work, how they're staffed, their goals, their objectives. We're fully immersed in that. These people that are telling you about this, they're not. First mistake they make is that they tell you that information is intelligence. They use both words interchangeably, and they're not the same thing. When they tell you, oh, it's an intelligence based on intelligence, ask them, what do you mean by intelligence? And they can't. In a lot of instances, you're going to find that what they're talking to you about is information, which is different than intelligence. So just to start with the concept of the investigation, because now they're saying, oh, we're doing intelligence-led investigation, intelligence-driven investigation. And then you ask them, what is this intelligence piece? Explain that to me. They cannot. And if they try to, what they'll do is they'll give you they'll give you something that they've read in a book, something that's been taught in the schools. They cannot give it to you from an experience point of view because they've had no experience working with it. None. So they'll talk about it in an academic fashion. But then when you say, okay, show me, give me the benefit of your experience, just show it to me, they can't tell you. They can't. They can't. So, that's where we are, Herb, while we're waiting
Yeah,
for Jerry.
I recall at the start of the show, I was telling Gamal the example of when confidential informants give us information, how devastating it can be when you react to the information as actionable intelligence. But I was trying to relate to him that you have to go through various methodologies, and he knows this, to validate your information before you take action on it. So that is the act of intelligence right there, not the information yourself. You got anybody can call and say, "Hey, I saw Will, and his car was going towards the international airport, Manly Airport. He was on that road, and it could be that he's going to Port Royal as well to go, to a restaurant out there or something." But we got to validate that information. We may bring in a drone overhead or satellite overhead, see if we can pick up on your vehicle, identify your plates or the car you're driving. See if your cell phone is pinging off any towers out there, stuff like that. That's all different aspects of using SIGINT, what we call the INTs. SIGINT, HUMINT is the human intelligence. SIGINT is signal intelligence, right? So all of these things come together to identify a target and to work against that target. All right. So he's right when he says you have to develop your human intelligence, your CIs, confidential informants, to be able to get all this information. And when you get that information, you must be able to act on it. But we can't even get past first base, because if you can't trust the police source, if the police source, and you and I have watched a lot of Wayne Lonesome's program, where he brings these police officers on, and the police officers working undercover themselves, are afraid because somebody in the police force is giving away their information. And if you have that type of skullduggery going on, where you can't trust your seniors because they're giving away information because they don't like you or because you've been arresting their friend, then is something seriously wrong with the system. And is Dr. Chang the man who can revamp that system? That's a question you got to ask. You know, is he going to revamp it? How is he going to revamp it? You know, who's advising him? You know, we were told in the past that they have all these experts there, and as far as we can tell, none of the experts have suggested that they change the way that they protect their officers who are undercover in the field. And that is a necessity to allow them to work safely and to allow them to work effectively. You can't be identifying your officers to known criminals and then have known criminals go hunting for them. That makes absolutely no sense to me. So, you know, the senior officers need to speak up on that subject. All these deputies. Yeah.
Ah, you're good. There you go.
Jerry, you look like the urban cowboy. What's happening?
No, it's not really cowboy. Only for hat and no cow.
Well,
yeah, Jerry, listen.
Yeah.
Thank you for being patient, sir. We ran a little bit over because we had Gamal, and he started sharing some info, and then we started taking some questions for him. So
Very
I just want
very interesting.
Yeah, were you listening?
Yeah, very interesting.
Okay, good. Ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman you're looking at in the hat, I don't know if it's a cowboy hat, it's a ranger hat, or what kind of hat is that, Jerry? Okay.
A white brim hat, white brim.
A white brim hat is none other than Jerry Small. There's lots of ways to describe him: a social commentator, a political commentator, a historian of note, a broadcaster. He's a very accomplished person. He's got a lot to say, and I tell you this, folks. I've spoken to lots of people in academia. I've spoken to people involved in politics. I've spoken to historians. I've spoken to all kinds of people. And I must tell you that when it comes to Jamaica, this man is probably the most remarkable person I've met. He's a walking encyclopedia. He's a tremendous analyst. He's a very creative.
One of the reasons why we're
Beg your pardon.
One of the reasons why we're in the hot all the time to keep my head from swell.
Okay. I see it bursting. An extremely critical thinker. I think that this man should be declared, and I'm serious, a national treasure. People should learn at his feet, because this man, he's able to talk to you about the history on almost any subject, political or social, going back decades, maybe even centuries. That's how good he is. And so I'm pleased to have him on this evening. And we're going to hear from him, and that you're going to be have described reason with Rattigan. And of course, my fellow panelist here, our co-host, Herb Nelson Jr. And so what I'd like you to do for our listening audience, viewing audience, is to, in a nutshell, just tell us, who is Jerry Small? People may know about, may not know of you. They may have heard something, but they haven't seen you or haven't heard things coming from your mouth. And so tonight we're going to have you speak to the people and speak to the people comprehensively. So please, sir, go ahead. Tell us who is Jerry Small.
Well, the first thing about me is that I am grateful and grateful and happy to be invited onto your program. Glad to meet Mr. Nelson a few days ago. And I have always told people since adulthood that half of the work, that the things that we want, the things that our well-thinking people want, whether diaspora or on the land here in Jamaica, is to get to know those of us who have like mind better. We don't have to have the same mind, like mind in terms of we don't need to be higher than anyone. No one may be higher than us, and we will work together. But getting to know one another is the half of the work. And the other thing is that I became conscious of the historical situation in Jamaica very early. Because growing up in the country, St. Ann, Brownstown, when I got to know myself, when conscious of knowing myself at about 2.5, 3 years old, my parents' father, both my mother's father and my father's father, were serious Garveyites. And therefore, as some of the early professional people, they had parents who were orienting them towards nation building. They had to be very careful in the 30s when they were achieving adulthood and the 40s when they were achieving upward mobility. My mother as a school teacher, my father as a young lawyer, who when he met my mother, he had to leave private practice as a lawyer, come back here in 1934, and go into government service in order to maintain a family, because only 3 black lawyers in Jamaica were making an income at the time that could make them comfortable. Jack Smith, Norman Manley, and Mr. Campbell, Erasmus Campbell. So my father, as a young lawyer, after practicing out of the office of Norman Manley for a couple of years, had to decide that, as he put it, private practice or a young black lawyer was an if come, and therefore he would have to secure an income by joining the government service. He became a clerk of the court. Well, he was a clerk of the court before he even trained as a lawyer. And when he got his law degree, he came back and became an official clerk of the courts. Very soon he was acting as a judge, and he became the first black judge in Jamaica, and still was meeting with a lot of handicapping as a black. And he made a mark when in 1942 he had to discipline another clerk of the courts, a white Jamaican named McDonald. Had to discipline him both physically and socially, physically and socially. And he was forced to act as a judge for 6 years before being appointed as a form of punishment. Anyway, long story short, by the time I was born in 1948 and by 1950, my earliest memories as a 2.5-year-old and then 51 as a 3-year-old was of the servants, the household servants in my home were closely acquainted with my parents when they were young. And yet, one of my mother's best friend in school is now working in our household as our housekeeper, we call maiden at them time. And good friend from youth, and yet she have to call my mother Mrs. Small, and she have to call the children, including me, a 3-year-old, Mr. Robin. I was very uncomfortable when I realized that this lady went to school with my mother, sat at the same bench. And just because of the social status of my parents, she have to call me 3-year-old Mr. Robin. And our children, our son, who was good friend to my 2 brother, Richard Small and Hugh Small, by the time him left primary school and them left prep school, him have to deal with them like superior social people instead of them, I was very self-conscious and very embarrassed about these things. Anyway, it got me socially conscious. Then at the same time, now, my parents were people who were determined to fight for them black people rights, you know. But as upwardly mobile people, it was improper for them not to run them household that way and to be looking like them as too egalitarian, like everybody equal. I was very uncomfortable with them thing, and these things now, as I growing up 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, become more self-conscious. My parents go to England 1963. Because you know, say senior civil servants in the colonial time, if they neglected to take their annual leave, they could make it accumulate, and after 6 years, they were entitled to a ticket to England for the husband and the wife and any two children under 18 years old. So every 6 years, my old man gone on home leave. Home leave is designed for white people to go back to England, you know. But because them have the status of being a senior civil servant, every 6 years, my old man save up him leave and gone on home leave. My people go to England 53. Them gone there when the Queen had crowned. The next 6 years, my old man save up enough vacation to go up on home leave 1959. Him wait until 1960 when my younger brother Richard at 17. And him carry me two brother them. Instead of carrying the two girls like when doing at 53. In 60 him carry the two boys them, Hugh 19, just 19, after him leave Jamaica, and Richard 17, to England to study law. Them gone from home living, you know, like white people. So the more I grew up now, the more I understand. Well, the same year when them carry me to England, carry them my brothers to England to study law and leave them there. It's the same year I become 12. At 12 years old, an Anglican is due to become a full member of the church. So you start get confirmation classes to be confirmed as a member. You are Christian, so-called Christian when you're a little baby, and given a Christian name. A Christianize the church come for Christianize, you know. So them Christian at few days old, you are a male, you get two godfather and one godmother. And them give you a Christian name, you are now a Christian. But you are not confirmed as a Christian till you have discretion as a 12-year-old. After the tradition of the Jews, bar mitzvah. When you reach 12, 13 in the Jewish culture, you become a son of the law. In other words, you can understand the law and you are confirmed, like when the Jesus was taken to Jerusalem with his parents at 12 years old. Well, when I was 12 years old, when I see the hypocrisy in the church, in the school, and to a certain extent in the home, I declined to become confirmed in the church. So my parents is abroad for 6 months, and I stopped going to Sunday school. I now go to confirmation class. When them come back, them here say I now go, but I told them before I now get confirmed. Because I see my two brothers and two sisters confirmed, start take communion, but it only established them more into the status quo. All of these things is to groom you into the status quo that you go and function as a good supporting member of the society. Honorary white. To be a Christian is to be an honorary civilized person and an honorary white. So I declined from that time. So anyway, my old man did bring back some nice garments to me, including some material to make a suit. And him say, all right, if I not go to church, I not get the suit and my shoes. I'm going to keep the shoes. When I confirm, we get them back. Well, it's 3 years I no go on not church. On 1963 now, when I start, 15-year-old, I start get invited to enough party, and the girl them attract you very much. I want to go to a party, I want to wear my sports coat and thing. So I say, all right, I go to church one time. When we go to church today, Carol Joan Crawford did just win Miss World. And when we go to St. Luke's today, I sitting at the side window apart from the congregation, and I listen to the pastor. And I see 5 vehicles roll into the church halfway down the service. I see 2 Mercedes-Benz, a Cadillac, and 2 more big car. And me as a youth love car from me a little youth, so I observe the car. And when I look, I see pure brown people that come out of the car and a few white. And when I look, I see Carol Joan Crawford that come out of the car and is an entourage farm and them come into the church. Well, I hear the pastor say to the congregation, and as I look outside I see that Carol Joan Crawford has come to visit us. And many of you don't know that she's a member of our congregation. So I want you to welcome Carol Joan Crawford into the service. Well, then welcome her with a big fanfare. And then there's a point at which in the Anglican service, those who don't want to take communion that day or those who are not confirmed may leave the service. So there's a special hymn we play where everybody knows that confirmation is communion time, you can't leave. So when it reached that hymn, then the Archdeacon Maxwell announced to the congregation, well, Carol Joan Crawford not going to take no communion. And when she leaving now, because some of you never see her because she came through the side door, she's going to leave through the central aisle. And you will get a good look on her. So this is a kind of worship of Carol Joan Crawford now. She leave and everybody bow and I look on her. And she gone. Well, me reach home now. As the service done, me reach home. Well, my sister now, she never talk to me too good. And she reach home before me. No, she never reach home me. Me reach home and then when my lady say, first time in 3 years I go to church now. My lady say, how was the service? I said them Archdeacon Maxwell usher in Carol Joan Crawford in the church and the whole of the people was bid to worship her and them worship her and she leave through the central door. My mother said nothing couldn't go so. Same time my sister come in, she take a different bus from me. And my mother asked her if it's true, so them just bow down in the church and worship Carol Joan Crawford. And my sister said every word when say is true. I mean, and she never talking. So you can imagine when she endorse me. So I forget my suit and my shoes them. And forget to go party in a sport coat now and don't confirm. Well, my old man years later say, him didn't know from that time say I Rasta me I head for. Because same time 63, him did just done try the Coral Garden murder case where some Rastafarian was charged with murder because there was a land revolt. You know, the people of Jamaica are starved of land, and Rastafari rise up with the principle, say, we have a right to land, and Rastafari become the epitome of capturing land in Jamaica. Well, it broke out in a war and Mobile and murder, and my old man just don't try the case. But my old man tell people years later that the behavior him see me I exhibit, him no say a Rasta me I head for. Now, I want to reiterate that Rastafari is not a religion. It has been transformed into a religion by some of the adherents. Rastafari is a challenge to the British monarchy. After the people in Jamaica get to find that the British monarchy just attend the coronation of a black man in Africa, and all of the heads of government of the crown heads of the world, plus the democracies, went to that coronation and acknowledged him as one of the most ancient line of legitimate family heads of government in the world. So Rastafari rise up as a challenge to the British crown in 1930. It rise up before 1930, but it emerged in Jamaica in 1930 as a challenge to the British crown. Say, back off and go. We have our own country. We have our own king and we are not subject to you. Years later, people transform it in a religion. I am a Rastafari. I do not worship Haile Selassie. Rastafari was not about the worship of Haile Selassie. Rastafari was about a liberation movement to sensitize the people of Jamaica that these people are not our rulers and they may not no longer preen and rule over us. So anyway, long story short, growing up as a teenager and so on, I become more and more exposed and conscious to the international component of our race and the fact that African unity, which is really diaspora movement, which you gentlemen are the epitome of a diaspora movement, is what is going to help us really to be independent. I don't know if you understand and realize that Jamaica is not yet independent, because independence is not something that is granted. Independence is something that you take and you forge it. When I say forge, I don't mean like forge it. I mean like forge it in the iron fire. So you in America know that the great story of the American independence, one of the greatest stories of political development in the history of the world, came out of some colonial subjects deciding that they will no longer be subject because it is they who is making the so-called motherland fat. And gradually, as you gentlemen will know, political consciousness and cohesion is gradually developed. No one stays one side and plan political consciousness and cohesiveness in a monolithic way. People gradually evolve and come together. Things become more clear. They define these things, they put these things in writing, they revise them from time to time, and they become more and more intelligent and forge some beautiful documents. The American Constitution is one of the most beautiful documents you can read, not because I worship America, but because by gradual development and people focusing their mind, the language alone becomes so expressive of the truth that it guides you further along the way. I don't want to talk too long.
All right. So that's where you're going in your story.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of interest that guided me step by step.
All right.
When Jamaica became independent in 1962, I was 14, and there was a group of us who already knew this is a joke. This is not independence. This is Norman Manley and Buster being instructed what to go down here and tell the people and to make Jamaica remain an extractive economy. Not an
Okay.
economy that's going to be.
All right. Let from this point, Jerry. Let's start present day. You I mean, you can answer the question any way you want, but I prefer if you could take us back. I'm going to ask you a present day question, and then you can give this context, and then you can also wrap it up, tie it up with a bow for us. There's something called the Constitutional Reform Committee right now. I think that's the word they use.
Yeah.
That's right. And they're going around and they're having town hall meetings. And the whole purpose of this is they said they're going to do it in 3 phases. The first phase is to rid Jamaica of the king and the monarchy. And so Jamaica is supposed to transform from a constitutional monarchy to a republic. And so they're going around and they're trying to explain to people what this whole constitutional reform is about. I get the sense that some of them don't even know what they're talking about. Some of them probably don't even, they may have read the Constitution, but they don't understand the Constitution. Now, I've listened to you before, and you have a very compelling, tale to tell about. And when I say tale, I don't mean like tall tale. Talking about just the way about the Constitution, how it was written, when it was, the purpose behind it, and so on and so forth. What I'd like you to do is give the audience the benefit of your knowledge and your experience regarding this Constitutional Reform Committee, but take us back from when it started so people can have a history of where it's coming from and where it's going. Please.
The Constitutional Committee that is there has been tasked with convincing the people that everything all right. They are not formed to explain to the people what happened in 1962. They do not want to explain to the people what happened to 1962, and most of them don't know. When I say I like Holness, don't know what happened in 1962, even though his godfather, Siaga, was one of the youngest members of that committee in 62 and one of the brightest ones, and one of those who acceded to the British, acceded to the wish of the British to conjure up a constitution and a figment, a fiction that would insert and establish the 2 existing parties in authority in perpetuity. In other words, the way how they set it is that no other expression of political unity by the people would supplant these 2 original parties, because the country is in effect handed over to them as local government. They are just Manley and Buster agreed to be a local government serving the British colonial establishment. And by serving them well, no other party would be able to rise up. Now, most of the people in Jamaica and this Constitutional Committee will not explain to the people that the British system of government chooses an elected official to be the chief servant of the King of England. Chief servant, in other words, is prime minister. Prime means chief or first, and minister means servant. Now, he was the servant not of the people of Jamaica, and the Prime Minister of England is a servant not of the people of England. The Prime Minister of England is a servant of the monarch. So Chief Minister means Chief Minister of the King of England. The Prime Minister in England and all other places like England is chosen out of the elected Parliament of England, elected by the citizens of England. Then the King of England chooses which one of these parliamentarians will do his bidding to his or her liking the most. They summon them to the royal palace and invite them to form a government. The Prime Minister then chooses other servants of the king, and those other servants are called a cabinet, and that cabinet takes responsibility and is given authority over areas of operation, ministries. This is authority that they are granted. They are not given power. They are given authority. They are authorized to do things for a defined period. You are not Prime Minister for life. You are Prime Minister for 5 years or less, until the king dismisses you, or until 5 years elapse and elections are called. But you, the Prime Minister of England and the Prime Minister of most of these places, also have the freedom to call election before the 5 years. They don't have power. They are authorized for a specific period or less, 5 years or less. Now, the people of Jamaica were conned in 1962, like many other nations have been conned, that minister means servant, and the Prime Minister is the servant of the people of Jamaica. No such thing is the case. He's the Prime Minister of the King of England, the Queen of England at the time. And how was he chosen? After the general election of 1962, April, as the Constitution defines, when there arises a vacancy, when it come about that there is no Prime Minister, therefore there's a vacancy, there's an opportunity for a bus driver to be hired because the last bus driver is not there, a vacancy bus driver. When there arises a vacancy in the office of Prime Minister, the Governor General, the chief the official representative of the Crown in Jamaica, of the Crown of England in Jamaica, shall determine, that means find out. Like you like race horse, you go to Caymanas and you watch the horse train, and you determine which one is your favorite, and you put a bet on it. The Governor General shall, when there's a vacancy in the office of Prime Minister, the Governor General shall determine which member of Parliament elected out of the 63 in 1962, I think it was about 50 or so, which member of Parliament enjoys the support of the most other members of Parliament. In other words, out of the 52, he enjoy 26 or more. Or if there are three people vying, out of the three of them, one of them has more than 16, more than the support of 17 members, because the rest will have the support of maybe 16 and 16. Which member of Parliament enjoys the support of the most other member of Parliament, and shall summon that member of Parliament to King's House, invite them to form a government. So the people of Jamaica in 62 were condemned to believing that Prime Minister mean that them is serving the people of Jamaica. No, he's serving the King of England, and Prime Minister means servant of the King of England. Just a few days ago, Holness carried out a fraud which has been carried out by every Prime Minister of Jamaica. He said, you, the people of Jamaica, elected me, and I'm going to do my best as Prime Minister. No people of Jamaica elected Andrew Holness to be Prime Minister. The people of Waterhouse elected Andrew Holness to be their MP, and the Governor General surveyed the whole 63 of them and said, are the Waterhouse man of the most support. Call him to King's House and say form a government. He was not elected or chosen by the people of Jamaica. He is not the leader of the people of Jamaica. He's the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, and is the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party caucus in Parliament, not the leader of the Jamaican people. None of them is the leader of the Jamaican people.
So who is?
The leader of Jamaican people?
Yeah.
It emerges from time to time, like Gordon and Bogle did emerge, like Marcus Garvey has emerged, like Leonard Howell and many other popular people have emerged. They emerge, and there's no one leadership. Leadership is a team sport, and usually a team of leaders, there is one first among equal. Primus inter pares, or peers. Peers mean equal, primus mean first amongst equal. Like how bulls stand up head and shoulder over there, I want them, and short as Shelly and she stand up hip and thigh over the girl them.
Yeah, but
Larger than life.
all right, you mentioned the difference, and we're going to get to the GG, but you mentioned the difference between power and authority, and you said what they have, the parliamentarians, they have authority, they don't have power. No,
Yes, and the prime minister, yes.
no, the people that you just mentioned, Marcus Garvey, Paul Bogle, and so on and so forth, what did they have?
They had power. They did not seize it. They developed power because of their ability to educate the people, convince people, and to give people confidence. They were rewarded with power, which is a popular consent. They had power, political power. No, they did not get. Marcus Garvey was elected in 1930 to a seat in the corporation, the KSAC, Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation, and the British know that this is a danger. He had been deported from America, and the British received him in Jamaica in chains, and immediately he started to form the first modern political party in 1929, and by the next year he won a seat in the KSAC. He had put out a manifesto. One of the main planks of the manifesto was that the judiciary system and the justice system in Jamaica had been built upon the system of slavery. The justice system was just a department of the system of enslavement. The police force was formed as a counteraction to the 1865 rebellion. You know that the police force was formed in 1867?
Mm-hmm.
2 years after the Morant Rebellion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was formed to make sure that no such other thing would succeed. It was not formed to serve us. That's why it was called police force, right? While in England, the police is referred to as a police service, to serve the people of England. The police force in Jamaica does not serve the people of Jamaica. It is designed as a force to keep the people in Jamaica under control. There are good people in the police force, but they are good by nature, not by training. They have been trained to be a force to consolidate the power of the rich and landed and the politically strong. They have not been trained to serve the Jamaican people, but some of them are natural service people, and you find them have a good relation with the public, and they do fight crime. But that's not what the force was formed for, and that's why a lot of them are corrupted after being in the force. Most time they are corrupted by superiors, not by inferior officers.
Okay.
And not by all of them,
All right. Herb, you want to jump in?
Not hearing him.
Sorry, Jerry.
Right.
I was muted.
Yeah.
I had a series of questions for you the last time we spoke, Jerry, which was about treason, the treason that occurs in Jamaica. Now, I went back, just to be fair, and I reviewed the record of both Michael and Siaga, right? And while Michael, one flaw may have been the consent about setting up those fellows at Green Bay, right? That in itself, it is a fact that you murder your own citizens. But with Siaga now, Michael was as the chief minister in Jamaica. Am I correct?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Minister. Siaga.
He was the Prime Minister of the Queen of England.
Queen of England, right.
In other words, he was the leader of the administration, and Siaga was the leader of the opposition, which is also a part of the government. The opposition is a part of the government.
Now, Siaga in his position as leader of the opposition was in collusion with foreign powers, because he was the first, and correct me if I'm wrong, he was the first to introduce outside weapons of war into the Jamaican society. In other words, we went from ratchet knives to high-powered weapons. Am I correct?
No. Before high-powered weapons, there were sidearms,
Okay.
shotguns, and rifles from actually 1938. But because Buster was a part of the PNP, it was not party versus party. Bustamante was the strong arm of the PNP for 1 year and a half,
Okay.
from 30th September to February 1940. September 1940. But for 2 years, he was the strong arm of the PNP. Now, after he came out of internment, he left the PNP and became an opponent of the PNP and a coordinator of physical attacks on the PNP.
What year was that? What year was that?
He came 1942,
Oh.
February. He abandoned the PNP and started attacking them on the streets of Kingston. But he did not yet form a party, but he was attacking them with his forces with battle, stone, cutlass, and gun. And now gradually rifles came into it, but not many. So it wasn't Seaga who brought in rifles, but Seaga was part of the escalation. Well, Seaga and Dudley Thompson were two of the main people who escalated the previous gun fighting to a state of the art with modern automatic and machine gun weapons.
So,
in between 1962 and 66, they carried out that escalation.
So with a modern Jamaica today and the importation of all these weapons, the people of Jamaica need to know this has been going on for a very long time.
Yes.
And from what I hear you're saying, then Bustamante was the chief architect of violence within the political realm.
Yes, but he was quickly matched by Wills Isaacs in the PNP and Ken Hill.
Right. So,
but he wasn't outgunned, but he was quickly matched by them, and it was a ding-dong battle until when Seaga entered the picture, it was tipped heavily in favor of the JLP because Seaga had the first purpose-built garrison. The original garrison was the roving gangs, and Matthews Lane was the original garrison of the PNP, but it was not purpose-built. It was an existing community. But Seaga, after 1962, with the help of his friend Tavares, the housing minister, was able to build a purpose-built garrison of hundreds of units of high-rise apartments, which was the physical military base of his constituency and career. And it became the army of the entire JLP. So he was like the military leader of the JLP, like Tony Spalding later became the military leader of the PNP, and so on and so forth. Michael Manley tried to catch up Tony Spalding and tried to build a purpose-built garrison for himself in Southside. And that is what occasioned his getting in the treasonous trap of Green Bay.
Okay. Now, if that is the start of this mess that we have today with the continuous violence, what is how prudent it is to have a South African style truth commission to air all of this out, let people admit to the transgressions of the past, and for us to move forward from there as one Jamaica. Can that help?
Now, far as the truth and
reconciliation.
Truth and Reconciliation Commission, far as it went in South Africa, it also was hijacked.
Right.
It did a lot, it exposed a lot, but it was hijacked. So much so that Botha and other guys were exonerated with the complicity of Mandela who had done a great work for 50 years before that, but disappointed us and let us down, and we were not even aware he was letting us down. Mandela is the type of man of the stature of Norman Manley, who you feel so much admiration for him that even when he's letting you down, you cannot believe that he's really letting you down.
Right.
And since that, the ANC has been in authority in South Africa and has had a succession of 5 leaders who have looted the South African native people and have been facilitating the white people same way, the Indians and foreigners. So the Truth and Reconciliation can be hijacked, and in Jamaica it can be carried out, but if it is carried out with the complicity of the government, they are going to sanitize it, and it will not reveal all of the truth.
Now,
Bruce Golding attempted to establish a de facto Truth and Reconciliation when he joined the leadership debate in 1997 when he left the JLP, and he admitted, I want to dismantle garrison politics, and I was associated with a gunman, and I know how garrison politics go, and I used to use gunman in my constituency in Spanish Town, and he was sidelined by Siaga and PJ Patterson under the design of 1962 that no third force will be allowed to come in between the PNP and the JLP, and the two of them between them squeeze him. So eventually, when Siaga couldn't win no more election against PJ Patterson, the ultimatum was issued to the JLP in 2002 by the big investors. We will not donate any money to a Siaga-led JLP. You must call back Bruce Golding from the NDM into the JLP, otherwise no money. And Bruce Golding was called back into the JLP 2 weeks before the 2002 election.
Now, if all of this stuff is revealed, all the intricacies,
Intricacies, yeah.
right, is revealed, do you believe the disclosure of who ordered murders and why is also important to the process? Who was the real manipulator behind the politics of the day?
All right, after Green Bay, there was an inquiry, judicial inquiry.
Yeah.
The Chief Justice sat there. Many things were revealed, but it was inconclusive. Nobody was charged. And in effect, the Prime Minister and the military were exonerated when it was plain that there was a murderous conspiracy. Siaga has never been submitted to such a judicial inquiry, even though he went as far and further than Michael Manley. And both parties have agreed not to push the thing to the limit. It is both parties who have been disguising this thing. The other day, a few years ago, Radio Jamaica, through Dion Jackson Miller, demanded that since certain time was elapsed, they would like some of the documents that were subject to secrecy. You know, the public disclosure that's supposed to come after a certain number of years. When Holness saw it looming, Holness one day in Parliament made his way over to Peter Phillips. The two of them met and huddled behind the Speaker of the House chair in the full view of the House. Ronnie Thwaites saw it and was very suspicious. As Ronnie Thwaites bawled out, why is Peter Phillips, the leader of my party, huddling with Holness behind the Speaker's chair? And within a few hours, it was revealed that Holness was trying to make a deal with Peter Phillips that the Secrecy Act be extended from a few years to 70 years. At the time, Siaga was still alive, and Holness in the deal was making sure that nothing would be published while Siaga was still alive, and the PNP would also get the cover of dark over some of their affairs for the previous 70 years. You remember when that scandal broke out?
Yep.
And Peter Phillips, when it came out, and Holness said that I didn't do this single-handedly, Peter Phillips agreed to it. And Peter Phillips brought out that you made the proposal to me, I did not make any commitment. You remember that?
Yep.
It was Ronnie Thwaites who was in the Parliament and saw them secretly talking behind the speaker's chair and ball out. And Dan Jackson Miller supplied the rest of the information that they are and they tried to extend the life of the secrecy of government facts and documents to 70 years.
Well, is it extended or is it not extended?
It was not extended. It was not extended, but the PNP went in disarray again when, like Peter Phillips challenging Portia Simpson Miller, Bunting now challenged Peter Phillips in an election year or the year after, and the PNP going on more and more disarray. So Holness now has a Siaga on that side, like how Pat News after Siaga would guarantee PNP victory. Holness now has a PNP led by a successions of Siaga-like creatures. Peter Phillips, Bunting, Mark Golden. Bunting not up front, but a proxy.
Okay. Now, one murder that has intrigued the country and is still being debated for prosecution is the murder of the so-called Dudus accountant. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, we're talking about Mr. Clark,
right.
the uncle of Nigel Clark.
Right.
And Nigel Clark was a pallbearer as a result of that murder. So Nigel Clark was promoted by that murder, first to pallbearer, picture in the paper, and then a few years later, parachuted into the constituency that Smith, what's Smith name again? Smith up in a Red Hills area who had that seat for decades.
I know you're talking about, yeah.
Smith, man, it's the guy, the JLP guy who was the MP in Red Hills Road area for years. And when Holness first tried to put Rail Reid up there, Smith said, no, this seat belonged to my son. When I finish with, like Pernell Charles and Mike Henry, all of them say, when I finish with this seat, it belongs to my son and my daughter. Remember them claim it for them own?
Yep.
Yeah. So now Nigel Clark is up there, the nephew of this accountant. What is about that murder? That murder of Clark. What do you say about it?
The murder of Clark was done by the armed forces.
Security forces, yeah.
They sent about 100 soldiers up there who shut up the place, and then 3 soldiers went inside after they fired hundreds of bullets into the house. 3 soldiers went inside and executed him by shooting him 21 times, I think, in the back.
In the presence of his wife and his daughter.
With the wife and daughter, right.
No, this is the owner of a licensed firearm who saw men intruding on his property and endangering his women folk.
Yeah.
He opened fire as was his right, but they were sent up there under the pretext that Dudus might be protected by Mr. Clark. They also sent out a rumor that Dudus' mother had some connection with Mr. Clark in previous years, or liaison.
Yeah.
And they were sent up there now, 7 of them going for Dudus. And when the man had the temerity to defend his property and defend his wife and his daughter, they say we're going to teach you a lesson. And that no one in Jamaica, accountant or not, living a big house on hillside or not, no one dare open fire upon the security forces, because there's a military political government is being constructed here over the years. That the militarization of the government has been put together over the years. And you must know, say, only gunman in a garrison may attack the security force with temerity. No law-abiding citizen with no licensed firearm may do so.
Now, is there any truth that certain ministers of government, one on either side, one JLP, one PNP, are implicated by contract awards that Dudus did as part of construction work, and that in fact one minister of government was the attorney who helped Dudus to purchase his house up in Red Hills with ill-gotten gains.
His houses in Red Hills.
His house, yeah. The house.
His houses.
Houses, yeah.
All right. I was at Ready Mix Concrete when some of the first contracts were given to Dudus by the opposite party.
Right.
I also pour concrete in some of Dudus and the rest of them houses. Now, the refurbished hospital was on the way. This was a project was going to cost 200 million Jamaican dollar. That would be about $1 billion now in 1995 coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Phillips was the Minister of Health. The two primary done in a downtown Kingston was Zeke's of Matthews Lane PNP and Dudus of West Kingston JLP. Just like in Southside when Michael Manley was building his purpose-built garrison, you may not build anything in those areas if you're not going to get employment both to PNP Badman and JLP Badman. That's how Michael Manley was instructed to rope in both PNP Badman and JLP Badman and kill them off. Well, having learned the lesson of Green Bay, the PNP in the mid-90s decided that them going to give both Zeeks and Dudus some fat contract. So Dudus actually start get feeding off of the official tree on the PNP regime. So that is what you heard about.
Yeah. So who was the minister who ceded to do this at the time? Who would have had?
The Minister of Health is in charge of policy.
Right.
So we may not charge the Minister of Health in awarding contract. But the Minister of Health was also a very politically astute senior politician, Peter Phillips. And then when contract comes to get out, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of all different contract arrangement will give out the contract when them get the nod from the right neck and head.
So all of this stuff, then, would you say that Mr. Christie, who's in charge of the Integrity Commission, he was at the time in charge of the, what's that contract group was called? The one that review contracts. It's, it was a commission to review contracts. Right? Do you remember the name?
All right.
Contractor General.
Yeah, and you say Mr. Christie would have what?
He was
The Contractor General.
Contractor General, yes.
Yeah.
Was he reviewing these contracts at the time?
No, I don't think in 96 Christie was in that position. He might have been, but I don't think in 96, 29 years ago, Christie was in that position. I don't think so. He might have been, but I don't think so. But had he been what?
What was the Contractor General around that time?
Can't remember. I have a faint memory, but I don't want to call on him.
Okay, I got you. But somebody
no, go ahead.
have reviewed it.
What is that, Mr. Radigan?
No, Herb was. I told Herb to finish up his question.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was saying somebody had to do the reviews.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, this was subsequent to the killing of this accountant who had personal knowledge of those contracts.
Yes, and years before that, Ted Ogilvie in the 70s regime, Ted Ogilvie of the, I can't remember if it was the public work, Ted Ogilvie, but he was the executive officer who would review and vet such things. He questioned the giving out of contract to some PNP strongman in East Kingston. And he was terminated, both job-wise, spiritually, and physically.
Yeah, you talk
by supporters of the government for which the regime for which he was working.
Was that
so in the 90s, any functionary of the government would have taken Ted Ogilvie sleep and mark them own death. There was also a registrar of the Supreme Court named, I think his name Hugh. What his name? Was it Hugh? What the Minister of Justice name, you know?
Chuck. Delroy
It's
Chuck.
either Chuck or Hugh name, but it was a Chinese extract man living in East Kingston. And he was the registrar of the Supreme Court. And he was given a little difficulty trying to preserve some records that were more that were thought to be more better off expunged. And he was executed in a house in East Kingston. And people learn from other people's mistakes. So you find say in Jamaica gradually, like in Colombia and other banana republic, functionaries and other people know how to keep themselves healthy and fit outside of jogging.
Yeah.
You know, so them jog them memory and say, but I'm going to leave that alone. So that is how Jamaica become weaker and weaker. And that's why they wouldn't want a Rattigan at Old Hope Road.
Yeah.
You know?
You know,
Well,
I'm looking at can Rattigan come back and can Rattigan do this and can Rattigan do that? And then there was somebody who said that I'm disgruntled because I didn't get the job as police commissioner. but listen, people, let me tell you something. I have no interest in power or position in Jamaica. All I want to do is to ensure that the government, whichever government, doesn't matter, PNP, JLC, take care of the people oath that they took. That when they have the power, the purse strings, that they spend it on the people and not themselves, because there's a social contract. And that contract is the people of Jamaica say to the government or say to politicians, vote for you. But that contract has been broken for decades because
Yeah.
we vote for them and them take care of themselves and them family
So you
members
call
and
that,
friends.
yeah, that's a breach of contract, a habitual and established breach of contract.
yeah.
Exactly. And so and then for the people, so I have no interest in power or position. I just want to make sure that the government is held accountable at every step of the way, and that they take care of the people that they're supposed to take care of, meaning the mass of Jamaica. Those who say that I'm disgruntled and this and that, I just ask them one question. If you agree with me that corruption is a problem in Jamaica, and if you agree with me that nothing is being done to address the corruption problem in Jamaica, then why do you take umbrage? Why do you take offense to the fact that I'm trying to do something about the corruption problem in Jamaica? In fact, you should come on my side. You should and criticize me. That's not going to help the problem. At the end of the day, listen, tonight I'm going to eat a very nice meal for dinner. But guess what? 2 million people in Jamaica won't have a nutritious meal tonight before they go to bed. 2 million. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm not concerned about me because I'm taking care of, I'm fine. The people who are not like right us behind me, I have forgotten people still, it look abandoned. People live there. In fact, me have family members still live right us behind me. Right? Those are the people I care about. So when you criticize me and say, well, man, let's have a reasonable discussion. If you criticize me and say, listen, I don't share that view with you because then we can. But when you come with,
All right. By the way, looking at you now, have these people ever heard a major political figure in Jamaica unraveling the problem in the way that you do? And they know more than you know. Have they ever heard any major political from any party unraveling these things and sharing it to the public?
Well, you tell me, because you're there. So you tell me, have you heard of
They
that?
must tell me if they've ever heard any political leader in Jamaica, not even from the top, even from the level of a Damian Crawford going up here, ever unraveling on and ongoing, educating the people of Jamaica of the failure of the system and the deliberate design, because it's not an accident, it has been deliberate. Anyway, I understand when no,
Ah,
you know, it's very interesting. Sometimes I like to wonder what does gruntled mean. Gruntled is the opposite of disgruntled. Suppose you were gruntled, they would have liked you more. Or
sounds
gruntled,
like something piggish, right? Gruntled,
yeah.
gruntled. It sounds like something piggish.
Like you say
But
something,
anyway,
somebody, yes, yes. Go
yeah.
ahead.
But let me ask you
Yeah,
this.
by the way, that guy was Derek Smith, right?
Derek Smith, yeah, who owned the
Yes, sir.
seat up in Red
Yeah,
Hills Road.
yeah. Mr. Ratigan, I have some educated listeners here that put this stuff out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the listener
All right.
who sent in that. Derek
Yeah.
Smith.
Right. Now, let me. I want to ask you this question. One of the things that we heard last week or about pay hike, and people are disgruntled to use that term, that word, right? People are disgruntled about it, and they're upset, and for good reason. And much has been said about the prime minister's salary as a prime minister, his salary as an MP, and the other people and local officials, and so on and so forth. That focus, and I want to focus on that person tonight, is the Governor General.
Yeah.
Here it is, we have a person who's more adept at using a pair of scissors than he is about being independent and objective, as his office said that he's supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
And as the Constitution would appear to provide him with those powers, independent and objective. He's more astute, he's more adept, he's more competent at cutting ribbons, opening places, and that's that, right? And in fact, I did it in my opening. What we've seen him involved with is we've seen him involved with unconstitutionality when he signs off on a state of emergency, because a state of emergency cannot take effect unless the Governor General signs off on it, right?
Yeah.
He's getting 34 million. Now, can you give us a history of the Governor General and tell us whether or not, what are your views on his role and his salary?
All right. He, as they say, is supposed to be this paragon and so on. He cannot be. He's a representative of the monarch of England. He cannot be. He's only pretending to be. Now, I'm going to give you a little insight. The Chief Justice here has been appointed Chief Justice, but was he officially appointed Chief Justice from the get-go?
No, I think there was a probationary period that the Prime Minister wanted.
The
Right.
Prime Minister had the impertinence
Right.
at King's House in the presence of the Governor General to say to Sykes, we are going to give you an appointment to act, and we'll be watching you. And if you behave properly, we will confirm. And he was smirking and smiling while saying so. I dare anybody to contradict that successfully.
No,
The impertinence he had to address Sykes. And Sykes was recognized by the entire legal fraternity, the bar, the government side of the bar, the public bar, and everybody as being the most fitting person in the judiciary to get that job. And yet Holness had the temerity and the impertinence to humiliate him. And Sykes had the
present.
Sykes endured all of this with
Yeah,
Holness working at him and talking these words in plain language.
Well, Jerry, let me just say one thing, because people are asking in the chat room. They said they didn't know that the government of Jamaica the taxpayers of Jamaica, they're responsible for paying the Governor General. Yes, they are.
They
And
not
to the
only
tune of
not only
Go ahead.
pay him, they not only have to go pay him 30 odd million for his pocket money, but he costs us $400 million a year, more than $1 million a day. So that's 430 plus. And I'm going to tell you this, for a few weeks since the Constitutional Committee has been appointed, and them suggesting about ceremonial presence, every opportunity that I have got when people ask me to comment, I have expressed my opinion that if they swap the black dog for a brown monkey, when they establish a ceremonial presidency, it will cost us double the amount of the Governor General. The cost will be 800 million. At that time, I never know that the Prime Minister was out to triple him on pay. When I suggested this to people a couple of months ago coming down, that if them have a ceremonial president, the cost went double immediately. I said that to them. I had no inkling that Holness was planning to announce a tripling of his own pay and a tripling of hundreds of people now, called parish councillor, 63 MP, ministers, governor general, and many other people he didn't want to reveal it. Then the other thing is this now. When my old man was a high court judge, no governor general or no politician could dare humiliate the Chief Justice like that. Not because of his dignity, but because of the fact that they would never dare overstep them bounds and talk about them appointing a man as Chief Justice on a trial basis, and if him behave himself, he will get it. Matter of fact, in 1966, when a state of emergency was declared over the whole island, I believe, and the Minister of National Security was a man named McNeil, and he started to interfere in the direction of the security forces. The Commissioner of Police, Gordon Langdon, warned him publicly that if he does not stop interfering, he will have him arrested. Now, I grant you that Gordon Langdon was a white Jamaican and would have more guts than, not a black Jamaican, but he would have more guts than the people after him. That the fact is, the Minister of Security since that time, and most of them have overstepped their bounds so much so that the commissioners of police are subject to them and operate at their pleasure. You understand me?
Mm-hmm. So the Governor General now, because I am getting ready to, I've assembled the material now, and I'm getting ready to write to the King to ask for his removal.
To ask for Allen's removal?
Yes, for unconstitutional behavior, meaning that he has violated the Constitution by signing off on the state of emergency. And the King, I'm going to tell him that, look, you're a man of good governance. You're a man who believes in the rule of law. You're a man who believes in the Constitution. And in fact, you are the head of state.
Yes.
It's enshrined in the Jamaican Constitution that you are the head of state for Jamaica. How can you have somebody representing you in such a reprehensible manner? How? So I'm going to lay out the facts to him and say, look, here are the amount of times that he signed off. Every single time there's a state of emergency, he signed off on it, because it cannot happen without him. And look at what happened. Thousands of Jamaicans were detained unlawfully and locked up, right? For indefinite period of time. In fact, some of them had to file lawsuits, right, and seek compensation from the government. So the question I have to ask, the question I'm going back to is, what do we do about him now before they decide to
use
get
the
rid
right
of him?
word. You use the right word. What do we do about him now? If you don't appeal to Charles III, you know, third T-U-R-D, if you don't appeal to Charles III, who will you have to appeal with after there's a ceremonial president?
True.
Who will you have to appeal to? That same ceremonial president, who will do what? Who will dismiss what you are saying? Okay, so you say, I have to do it now? Because that's why they want to set up a ceremonial president, because a ceremonial president will be subject to the so-called Prime Minister of Jamaica, a Prime Minister like Holness, a ceremonial president like Allen, or a Rocky Mead will be subject to a Holness.
Well, remember, when you speak of the gentleman Rocky Mead, you have to give him his proper title.
Yeah.
Ambassador Plenipotentiary.
His Excellency. His Excellency.
Here's another question for you. Much has been made about the government's relationship with the Maroons. And I'm trying to wrap my head around it to figure out what exactly is the controversy about. And I've heard so many different things, but I'd rather come to you and ask your opinion than listen to the so and the hearsay and a lot of this stuff. I'm not quite sure that what I'm hearing is correct. I'm asking you, sir, can you educate us tonight about
what are you hearing?
I'm hearing that the government, I'm hearing that the treaty that the Maroons that was signed that it's not really, it doesn't really establish them as a separate sovereign in Jamaica, because Jamaica has only one sovereign, and that's the government. It doesn't have another government within
The
Jamaica.
government
And
of
so the
Jamaica is
Maroons are,
sovereign. The government of Jamaica is sovereign.
that's what I'm,
That
it's
is
not, but that's what I'm
ridiculous.
hearing.
The
That's what I'm
government of
hearing.
Jamaica is not sovereign. The King of England is sovereign.
Okay.
And it is ridiculous. They have less standing than the Maroon community. The Maroon community.
Talk to me about the Maroon.
The Maroon community concluded a treaty with Britain of hundreds of years standing. And it is people of equal stature. It is parties of equal stature that enter into treaties. Is this not so, Mr. Isn't this not so, Mr. Oh, my brother name on Junior?
Nelson Herb.
Mr. Herb Nelson.
Herb,
And you know why I always have stutter?
Right.
Me know an next Herb Nelson. I was wondering if he's his son, but he wouldn't be young enough to be his son. Anyway, aren't treaties entered into by equal partners, equal status? Treaties are not entered into by inferiors and superiors.
No.
Treaties are entered into by equal partners. And the British sued for peace. You know, when somebody begs and say, all right, hold on, we're going to stop fight and talk.
Yeah.
I think that is called suing for peace, or asking for peace. And after they sued for peace and a ceasefire, they put a proposal to the Maroon. Your ranks have been swelling by taking in runaway Africans, and you are getting stronger and stronger because of taking in runaway Africans. We are putting it to you. Don't take in no more runaway of your own race. Hand them over to us, the British, and make we and you form an alliance. So betray your brothers and become equal partners with us. You get to rule the interior of Jamaica. We keep the coastlands and the sea, the flatland, the plains and the sea. And we will supply you with some arms, and we will give you money for each runaway that you have turned over. Now, it is true that the Maroon agreement was treacherous because they were betraying their fellow Africans who were looking at them as a safe house. At the same time now, the British are past masters at treachery. Treachery is closely related to the word treaty. Treaty and treachery come from the same word. It is about negotiation. One is about negotiating, and one is about betraying negotiation, trick. And so it survived in America in the Halloween tradition or ultimatum, trick or treat. Now, gradually the British, all over the world, the British have been past masters at making treaties and then betraying it and going against it. And so it is that the Maroon end up with less and less land, less and less autonomy, till Holness is now declaring that the Maroons have no autonomy, and the treaty between the British and the Maroons is of no standing. Now, this is a part of the trick that the British worked in 1962 with Norman Manley and Bustamante. Bustamante wouldn't be able to understand all the intricacies, but Norman Manley certainly did understand all the intricacies of agreeing to betray the treaty that the Maroons had enjoyed up to then without calling them in and either reworking the treaty or offering them some sharing of power in Jamaica or sharing of authority in Jamaica. You agree? How you say that? Norman Manley knew better. Bustamante might not have known better, but Norman Manley knew that he was selling them out, just like Mandela. Mandela and Norman Manley I used to hold in the same kind of esteem, and both of them are left now. I still agree that both of them have great stature, you know. But the thing, the pail of milk where them kick over after giving it, cancel out the thing and make us so disappointed. That's why people doubt people. That's why people doubt you, Rattigan. Because people like you, some of the people like you sometimes have kick over the pail after. But we cannot prejudge you or assume that all educated people are going to betray them people. Cannot assume that. But
So-
Norman Manley, yeah.
So where do we stand now with the because there's an impasse right now. It appears between the government and the Maroons.
Yeah.
Where do you see it going?
All right, here what compound the matter. Like many people who group up with other good people, the natural tendency is to start and look upon your group as being the cream of the crop. Like all me and you two gentlemen now, we could say, boy, we are doing the most to Jamaica, and we, boy, we're really good. A mutual admiration society. It is a temptation, it's a human tendency. So you have people who start to call themselves the people of God. Almost every church said them is the right church. Almost every nation said them is the people of God. Islam says so. The Jewish people say so. The Christians say so. Almost every persuasion said them is the people of God. So I, as a Rastafari, many of my brethren and sisters are persuaded that we are the best people on earth and that everybody else is below us. Many Rastafari.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. We have another call in a while, and I told somebody to call back in 50 minutes. Let me see if they just stick a pin right here. We're gonna come back to the Rastafari and
Right.
the other thing. Hold on a second. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, man.
Can I speak?
Yes.
With okay.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Pleasant and greetings to your esteemed guest, Mr. Rattigan. Mr. Your FBI counterpart.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I got his name correct.
Mr. Gamal Abdel Hafiz.
What is his name?
His name is Gamal Abdel Hafiz.
Oh, okay, Gamal. Gamal?
Yes.
I'm enjoying what you're saying, and I've always had enough time work or investigative work. When I grow up or in another life, I would want just like you.
No, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Herb Nelson. And you're not like the herb, mother herb that we use to cleanse our colon, but more like the herb that gives you knowledge and great meditation. Jerry Small, loving the energy. You are the smarter of the two, Tom and Jerry. Really loving the knowledge that you are giving. But I just want to say, Gamal, I totally agree with you that people are hungry. They are hungry for protection, but spiritual, food, and well-being. People want to know that they belong. There's a belongingness in their country. People would like to know that they have, they are hungry for justice and equality. Access, they are hungry for access. And until we can provide that, and I guess probably that is why Rattigan is here, because until we can find satisfy the needs of people, to give them esteem, then we can have the nation that
let me ask you a question.
I love your
Go ahead.
question.
No, I was going to ask you, do you have a... Yeah.
Andre, you're up my street. I didn't know we were neighbors.
Do you have a question? Let me ask you a question, because we have to get back to the conversation, and I thank you for your support, and I hope that you will continue to support us. But do you have a question?
I'm not finished because I need to ask Jerry a question.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, good. Jerry, could you tell me if you agree that we should rescind the hero title given to Alexander Bustamante for April 11th, 1963 massacre? Because I've seen there, they say Arlene Harrison Henry said that the people must be recompensed 102 or 8 million. I don't know if it was paid over I know that a 10 million was paid over. And I don't know if that is sufficient to take care of the atrocity of
All right, let me I respond now.
most of the people them added to that. Should England be responsible because of them start the Rasta text set for Rasta from 1958, 59?
All right, may I respond? May I respond?
All right.
Should we rescind?
All right, may I respond? May I respond? Hello, cut out there.
You can call me after the program. Mr.
All right,
Small
may
is
I
going to
respond?
respond to your answer.
All right,
to your
may I
question.
respond? First thing is this.
All right.
The government of Jamaica is playing a waiting game, and they're trying to delay the thing until all of the survivors of the Coral Gardens debacle have died off, so that the money won't have to be paid out to so many of them. The next thing is this, that yes, Bustamante did instigate the wiping out of limitless numbers of Rastafari in 1963, following a pattern that was established before. And yes, he couldn't. That was the first major violation of human rights in Jamaica, 8 months after independence. So this heroism that he has been awarded is something was designed by Siaga. It is Siaga who conceived and institute this pantheon of heroes. And as a matter of fact, they made a deal. In order to make Bustamante a hero, the PNP agreed with it. And the deal was this: if you make Bustamante a hero, you have to make Norman Manley a hero. The GLP and the PNP is currently negotiating with one another to make Siaga a hero. And in compensation for that, Michael Manley will be made a hero. Both of them guilty of crimes against the people of Jamaica that are worthy of death, that are punishable by death. Yes, sir, we can resume.
Yes, please, go ahead.
As I was saying, most people in the world who see themselves right usually start to see themselves superior to all other people. So people refer to themselves as the people of God all over the world, all different cultures. Now, my brethren and sisters, a lot of them in the years coming up start to see we Rastafari as being superior to the rest of the people. Now, this is foolishness. A lot of my brethren and sisters, a lot of Africans say that we are a royal people. How could all of us be royal? Royalty is a small group of people who rule over the rest. If we are a royal people, we are the people we rule over. Yet we're saying that all of we black people are royal people. This is delusions of grandeur. But I understand it, people trying to build up, compensate for the subjugation that we are under. Now, so it is that the Maroons also, from the time that they made the treaty with England, the vast majority of them see themselves superior to the rest of the Africans. Are you acquainted with the Maroon leadership of any community, you gentlemen? Any of you gentlemen are acquainted with the leadership of any of the Maroon communities?
No, not now, but I've been there before, but not this current.
If you get to know them well, all of them see themselves as being superior to the rest of the Africans. As a matter of fact, most of them disdain the other Africans as niggers and lowland people and people who still enslaved. This is a natural thing. When people are successful, they usually look down on other people. I even saw Asafa Powell the other day not getting used to celebrity and complaining that people want him and them girl to hail everybody when them go everywhere. But after you start yourself as celebrity, you start to think of yourself of entitlement. That's why I left my parents here at 16-year-old, because I detested the social system in which my father and mother were being rewarded and move up in a society. I love my old man and old lady, but I detest the system that they acquiesce to. So therefore, the Maroons, there's a problem with the Maroons. They want our support, but at the same time, they see us as inferiors. I have long appealed to them and other groups to abandon this feeling of eliteness and to come together with all other groups. This is one of the problems with one of the political parties that has raised up recently. the leadership see itself and himself as an elite. And much like Norman Manley and Bustamante, they see themselves as a gift of God to the people and above the people.
Are you talking about UIC, Jerry?
Yeah, it is, although it assumes a great name. What is a Congress? In political terms, what is a Congress?
I guess
Gentlemen, in political terms, what does the word Congress mean?
You congregate in this setting to resolve issues.
A Congress usually refers to more than one political entity coming together.
It's a
Right.
constellation of a political
Yes.
entity.
So,
or party.
Mr. Pat, it's not a great idea that all of the dissenting groups could come together. But he didn't work towards it and get most of them together. He just proceeded to name his group Congress and to portray the image that the Congress UIC represents the coming together of the major forces.
All right, hold on, Jerry. This is a freestyle part of the program where people can just, because we're going past the formal structure, so people can call in. Caller, go ahead. We have Jerry Small on the on the program. We have Herb Nelson on the program, and of course, I'm yours truly, Will Rattigan. Go ahead, sir, or ma'am. Hello. Can't hear you.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, evening, yeah. Yeah, I would like to make a contribution towards the constitutional reform process. Yeah, so what I observe now is that, well, obviously, we even though I wasn't born 62, but we get tricked collectively as a people by the two political parties. Because if it wasn't a trick and independence was real, there would be no need for a republic. So obviously something wrong with independence. So whatsoever is wrong with independence, and then I go to republic now, we as a people have now a responsibility to make sure that we don't follow blindly the political parties leading us into republic. And the responsibility where we have now, I must take up, is to look at what they are doing through the eyes of the law. Any step they make, we have to look at it through the eyes of the law, not what we think or believe, but get the lawful view of what they're doing. So right now, them say they want to put in a president with a ceremonial or whatever. So right now, we have to know what is the definition of a president through the eyes of the law. And the law defines a president as the chief executive officer of a company. So right there, that is showing you that the government of Jamaica is a company. And that company is owned by the British Crown. And the British monarch is the head of that company. And that's how Charles is head of state. Because the company name, State of Jamaica, that's what the company name. And PMP and GLP are managers of that company. And these are things that they hide from Jamaican people. So they are trying now to pull another trick, like the fake emancipation, fake independence, and now they want to pull another trick with a fake republic.
All right. Listen.
So if the thing now, if the government is a company, we the people must be the owners and the shareholders of that company. They want to put a Jamaican as the president and head of state, while the British Crown still in the background being the owners and the shareholders.
All right.
And collecting the profits.
All right. Let me ask you this. I think I know the questions, but well, first of all, do you have a question?
Not exactly.
You just want to share the view with us.
Information but I gather.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask.
The protest.
All right. Well, let me ask.
That is taking place.
All right. Well, listen to what Jerry's gonna. I'm gonna ask Jerry to share a comment on what you just said about the whole structure of the government, and listen keenly to what he has to say. All right. Thanks for the call.
Yes.
All right, Jerry, you want to take that on?
Yeah. No, you restate the question. Restate it to me.
Basically, he's saying that the whole thing is just a fake thing, and the idea that of independence and autonomy is just fake because the whole thing is controlled
Yes,
by the
and then the
British
question,
monarch.
yes, and the question is what?
Question is what how do you address that?
All right.
Right?
Okay.
For some-
All right.
But
Yes.
how do you address it? But not from, here's a question I'm going to ask
Yeah.
you. How do you address it? Not from his standpoint, because he already has a clear view about this.
Yeah.
How do you address it from a standpoint of somebody who would disagree with that?
Who disagree that it's not fake?
Right.
All right, you have a discussion with them. And you find out whether they understood how the Constitution was written in 62. Most time you will find out that they have no idea. Even senior people in the two party have no idea. And if they have the idea and don't admit, if they have a good idea of how the Constitution was adopted in 62 and don't admit that it was an agreement between Boston, Manley, and the British, we weren't brought into it at all. If they don't admit that, they cannot be seen as honest.
Okay.
And then now, if they you reason them and find out if they realize this constitutional committee that has been appointed, if they realize that is a PNP and JLP and some lawyers coming together, not the people of Jamaica. And the job that they have been given to do is to convince the people of Jamaica to agree to anything that they recommend. And that further, the cost of this ceremonial president going double, and the ceremonial president going to be subject to the prime minister. The prime minister going to become more dictatorial and going to gather more power to themselves. And furthermore, the prime minister, the JLP from 1961, listen me good.
Go ahead, I'm listening to
JLP
you.
from 1961 realized that the easiest way to defeat the PNP, or the PNP always represent the more educated people, and the JLP realized from 62 that the easiest way to defeat the PNP was not to appeal to education and clarity, but to make the people feel like them have a choice. So the JLP came with the ploy, let's have a referendum. When you have a referendum among people who do not understand the issue, it is easier for the conman to win the referendum. Now, Holness is relying on the fast implementation of NIDS to win the election. Whoever don't register in a NIDS, will they have a vote? What do you think?
I don't think NIT should have anything to do with it.
No,
No,
you know the nature of what NIDS is?
Yeah, it's a national identity to keep track of people, basically.
Then if you have a new national identification system, can somebody vote who is not involved in the new national identification system?
Well, I would make the argument that that it shouldn't be tied into one's right to vote, because if they say you need a government ID, unless he's going to say, look, the only government ID we're going to accept for you to vote is NIDS, then that's a huge
What is
problem.
the ID that is identified to vote now?
Is it one or is it several? I thought you could use a driver's license, a picture ID.
Whatever you use have to tie into the voter registration system.
Mm-hmm.
And if NIDS is going to be the primary identification system that is all-inclusive, you believe that they are going to allow people to vote without not being incorporated in NIDS?
Well, let me ask you this. The NIDS is supposed to be a national ID.
Yeah.
So they're saying to everyone, everybody needs to get NIDS.
Not needs, has to. It's not a voluntary thing, you know. You don't.
Yeah, everybody has to.
You don't understand what
Okay.
Wellness is doing.
Yeah, well, hold on 1 second. So, if everybody has to get it, explain to the public why would that be such a bad thing if everybody has the same ID and now you can access all government services, including the power to vote using that ID.
The power to vote? No, the right to vote.
The right to vote.
Voting is a right of adults in Jamaica. All right. Now, many of the people in Jamaica do not agree to this compulsory national ID. Do you know that many people do not? Do you know that
That
many
is
people do not?
do not what? Sorry, didn't hear
Do
you.
not agree to this compulsory national ID.
Yeah, I know that.
All right. Do you know that Wholeness threatened that whoever don't take the vaccine will be excluded from the economy?
But is that still true? He said that
No,
back
before we
then.
find out that, do you know that Wholeness threatened that whoever
Yes.
don't take the vaccine will be isolated in the economy?
Yes.
And do you know he tried to carry out that threat?
Yes.
What came of it?
Nothing came of it.
No, he had to back off and roll
Yeah,
back.
nothing came of it.
He had to back off and roll back. You know why? You know why he had to back off?
Because people decided not to. And if
No,
people
some
decided
people
not to,
did.
then what's
Some people did.
Yeah, but I think by and large the population said no. They were like no.
By and large, only 20-something%, the same amount that voted for him, 21%. It was that same proportion.
Right.
Got it. And when they reached that buck, every day they were giving numbers, and giving numbers and keeping it updated. Everybody is buying in. They know they have to buy in. Because if they don't buy in, the employers going to say you can't come to work. And he started to laugh at us. Because what he couldn't do politically by himself, or what he couldn't do with the assistant at the soldier and police, he was relying on the private sector, and they were relying on him. Say, okay, we, private sector, will tell people you can't come work. And he was laughing at us. And when it reached 20-something% and it slowed down to a trickle, every day at stadium and all about, they was going on and threatening and blowing fire. And when it reached 20-odd% and them realized it, now going to further. All of a sudden, they hear them stop talking about it. You remember at what point them abandoned it?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
No, I can't remember.
Yeah,
it was so cloudy. Yes. So now them want to bring in NIDS.
Yeah, people didn't comply. So,
yes.
Right. So if people don't comply, people don't comply with it, then it's pointless to even. Where you going to arrest people if they say that they're not going to do it?
Not going to do what? Not going to do what? Hold on. You have to get this clear step by step. Not going to do what? Not going to take the vaccine.
No, I'm talking about NIDS.
No, vaccine first. People stood up.
All right, let's go back to the vaccine.
All right, no.
Right. If people say they're not going to take,
so you have to back off.
People say, right.
So now he's bringing in a different thing now. Not vaccine, but ID. National ID. And a system of national ID where everyone has to buy into it. Otherwise, they may not do business.
Right. So they just do the same thing. But here's something else. Let me just add this piece.
No, hold on. Don't rush it. They are bringing in the proposal now. NIDS is coming in. And if you don't get identified on the NIDS, you may make no transaction in Jamaica.
But Jerry,
that's not going to work. That can't work.
Not
Jerry.
going to work. Not going to work, but you're not going to get. Not going to work, but you're not going to get your vote. All who agree with it is the same people going to vote for him. That's an easy way for win election.
Yeah.
Right. But hold on. All right. Now that you established that point, let me take it one step further. This has nothing to do with voting. But if you're spending all this money. No. The point I'm making now has nothing to do with election. If you're spending all this money to cash, and you're selling into the country into a society, we're going to a digitized society. How do you see that working? How about the vendors who won't have access to that?
All right, hold on now. The cashless society and the money printing, that's a third thing. COVID is one, NIDS is the next, and then cashless is the third. You deal with NIDS first to get a next 5-year mandate. Because the PNP catch up with them after they find out about the stealing of both money. By default, not by working, the PNP catch up with the JLP, not by working, but by default of both money. So now that them PNP catch up with them postpone the local government election. Did you know that?
Yes.
Why them postpone the local government election?
They're going to lose. But they're saying that they don't have the money.
What was the reason they gave?
They don't have the money.
Yes, they don't have the money. Damn liar and hypocrite. They postponed because the time not right. But now they're bringing the Constitutional Committee, and the PNP is drawn into it to agree with them. So they have agreement with the PNP now and bring in the needs. Many of the people who refuse to be identified with needs, will they have a vote?
No, they won't have a vote.
All right, then who going to win the election?
No, I understand. Look, I agree with you.
No, just
I agree.
just tell me who going to win. No, just tell me on that
The
basis.
20%, the 20%, the 20%,
Yeah,
the 20%.
The enforcers of the needs.
Yeah, the 20%.
You know that Holiness is a puppet of Israel.
Well, I look, that part I don't know, but
he's an available puppet, you know. And he's the emperor new clothes. He's an available puppet, and Nigel Clark is a tailor, one of the many tailors who has manufactured the emperor new clothes.
Well, what would you say about Mr. Chen?
Which Chen?
Michael Lee.
You mean Lee Chen?
Yeah.
Chen.
Yeah,
Lee Chen. What would you say about him?
No, him is not a tailor, man. Him own the tailor. Nigel Clark is the tailor who make the emperor new clothes, but Lee Chen own the tailor them, the outfit. Not the tailor outfit, you know, the whole business outfit.
Look.
No, so I'm telling you.
Listen, Jerry.
Yeah.
If the people en masse decide they're not registering for NIDS, they're not participating.
Yeah.
And you only have 20% participation.
Yeah.
How are you going to exclude the 80% from society, from the inner workings of society?
No, the first priority, hear this now. You and me might be trying to work out the whole end game.
Yeah.
But politician is pragmatic. In politics, a week is of eternity. The first priority is to win the next election. And the first priority is to disable the PNP further and to compromise them further, just like how them get compromised with the pay rise. You understand? The people of Jamaica, the PNP not no vibes, you know. Mark Golden not no vibes. Him is very street smart, but him not no vibes, you know why? He does not believe in a different system, different from Holiness. It's what them believe in the same system. Deep down. The PNP and the JLP for decades now, since 1979, the PNP and the JLP both believe in the same system. The PNP and the JLP, the PNP abandoned social reform and the transformation of Jamaica. None of the two of them dealing with that now. And little more you will find out that the UIC is very similar to the PNP and JLP. But you're not going to find out right now. I am not against the UIC.
Hold on, Jerry, let me stop you right there. Let me ask you this, right? Because I see a bunch of questions in the chat room about UIC, and you just touched on UIC. You said the people will find out later, not now.
Yeah, some find out already.
All right. Okay.
Some find out already that the UIC is no different from the JLP and the PNP. All of them believe in the same thing, the three of them.
All right. Have you looked at the UIC's manifesto?
Yes.
Tell me now what's the difference between...
I think I was probably the first person to interview participants on radio repeatedly. I know him well. I know him quite well, not well. I know him quite well. He asked me to help him in various ways. I tell him that the main way I can help him with his political education of any of his people who might need it. But him don't really want that. He want endorsement from people like you and me. His ideas is what will hold sway.
All right. So that's why
this is just like the PNP and JLP. The leader ideas hold sway, and who control the purse strings that come along with them, because you don't have the money. You only have plenty talk. You don't have damn money, Jerry Small.
All right. Well, the question I'm really asking is, since you've looked and you've examined the manifesto, the UIC's manifesto, and I have, and you've looked at, I know I know that you've looked at the other manifestos.
Yeah.
If you look at them, they seem to be different, right?
Yeah, it seems
so. Yeah. So the question then is, where do you draw that this where do you draw where do you end the distinction and say, well, they're all the same? But hold that
All
question.
right, let me start over.
Hold on one second. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mr. Small. Jeffrey Tavares
Sir.
here from Equity. You know,
What's that?
we had Joseph Pakistan the program one time. And
Yes,
I
yes.
keep asking the question, and maybe you can help me with this. When you form a political party, don't you suppose to have a slate of candidates for the upcoming general election? Until
No, you
now,
don't.
Joseph Patterson and the UIC cannot tell the people of Jamaica who is the slate of candidates for the upcoming general election. And to me, if you can't tell the people who is the candidates, it makes no sense to go around parading as if you're a political party when you're not.
Hold on, Jeffrey. Hold on. I gotta take this call there from Baba Tunde. Hold on 1 second.
No, may I answer Mr. Tavares first? May I answer Mr. Tavares first?
No, go ahead. Baba Tunde, hold on. Answer Mr. Tavares first.
All right. When you form a political party, it's not you. Any one man form a political party, it's not properly formed. But this is what is happening. Some one man and one woman forming political party. Now, as I was asking earlier, what is the essence? What is the essence of the political meaning of the word Congress? The word Congress indicates that it is several different groups come together in a Congress. We're not talking about the House of Congress in America where you have different people elected. A political Congress like ANC, African National Congress, and so on, is usually groups, even in Guyana, United National Congress, is usually several political groups of different views, but compatible views come together and have a Congress. Now, Patterson named his group Congress, but did not include the various political strands who would come together and form the policy. Him form the policy, lay down what is the policy, and everybody has to buy into it.
Okay.
I am not against him. Furthermore, Patterson has not caught up with the political history of Jamaica. Can any group of people help to solve the problems in Jamaica politically without understanding the recent political history of Jamaica, like the last 100 years? Can anyone do that? Can anyone meaningfully help to fix Jamaica if them do understand the political history of Jamaica?
No, this is
No,
why we do need the commission. Right?
No, it's not a commission going to teach us the political history. No. It's we going to teach us
Jerry,
people.
Jerry, hold on there. Baba Tunde, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Greetings to all great people of our sacred planet. Ratigan, Bongo Jerry.
Yes, sir. Talk up louder.
UIC council candidate for the Papine area of St. Andrew Eastern. Just checking before I get in on the point. The item, I hear me clearly?
Yeah, we are hear you clearly.
All right. Now I hear no?
Jerry, can you hear him?
Yeah.
Herb, can you hear him?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Yes, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Baba Tunde, we can hear.
So Ratigan, I hear no?
No, man,
we're
you
hearing
have to
you.
speak. You don't speak and listen to your radio or your computer or whatever you're listening to. Just speak. We can hear you.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. We can hear you.
All right. So which part I want to say when you never hear now?
Start over.
All right. So greetings to all great people of our sacred planet. This is Baba Tunde, council candidate for the Papine area of St. Andrew Eastern. And we're there. I dare say one of the few candidates that is left within the movement, as is known to many as the United Independence Congress. And like the item been saying, yeah, so recently the movement has descended into another level of chaos, because the object that runs or leads the UIC is not any better or different from the one in government and the one in opposition. And like the master historian just shared with, yeah, a Congress is coming together, the dissenting voices, and so on. So we just have said within the whole space and time, excellent analysis and summarization. But it is really about a one-man thing. Hence, he did not see it necessary to put forward the candidates who are here. When I entered the UIC, I suggested to him that he needs to embark on what I call political empowering sessions. And since I have known Jerry and know the level and the caliber of and where he bring, I suggested that he asked Jerry Small, of course you're going to have to pay him, but you ask Jerry Small to take charge of this. Months and months pass and I keep raising and reminding, but nothing done. And so I had to take on that as a leader and chart the way forward. And he became aggressive towards that. He doesn't like things like that. But I am not one who is going to lead I people into negativity and to the paths of destruction. The UIC in its current form cannot go forward as is. And so they are at the funeral parlor now. But the UICRC will rise again, but without the object that's currently leading it. Anything that you are purporting to do, when people look on, they must see elements of that within you. They must see what you're talking about. So I use myself all the time as an example of what I am bringing forward and what I need to see. So I don't associate or congregate with certain elements. I am here for the good people, and that is why I've never defined myself as a politician. Babatunde is a servant of all good people domiciled in this former plantation and those elsewhere where we call Liverspora, aka Diaspora. And so we see over time, like we just hear now from the master historian, a lot of individuals have seen that the UIC leadership is not any different from where we have. In fact, I dubbed them as being worst. So many a times I would make certain suggestions as to how we can go forward and better. The leadership, when people look on, they must look and see everything that he purports for the wider Jamaica. It must be exemplified by the UIC. So from the council candidate to the MP to all staff. You have to see now by how we might deal with them candidates, people will look on and see the rationale and can say, yeah, this is really a thing. The people are in need of another political movement. And that is why the movement was so great when it just started. But after he got rid of a lot of the good candidates and then came to the nation and bawl out about a coup, yeah, the movement took a dive. There were some elements of resurface when I joined it along with some others. But the movement has sunk again, never to resurface. They are in the destruction zone. But I say the movement will rise again. So, great program. The item just keep going on. If there is no further question, we just left it there for now and go on listening.
All right, Baba. Thank you for the call. But before you go, let me ask Jerry if he has a question for you or Herb.
No, I understand him, and he has a personal experience. As I say, I know Patterson. Patterson believe, you see. Patterson believe in capitalism as a religion. You understand? Capitalism is not a political philosophy. Capitalism is a method of production. It's a method that human beings have found that can produce goods and services very efficiently. In other words, you make the most profit because you get the most results out of your effort through capitalism. But who owns the product of capitalism? Would you gentlemen, I just want to demonstrate something. The capitalist method is the most efficient method of producing wealth and service. In other words, the most efficient method of making goods and providing services. Most efficient. So it is very successful. But when the goods and services are produced, who owns them? Could you answer?
Baba?
Yeah, just repeat
No,
that
not
question.
Babatunde. The two gentlemen in studio. Capitalism is a method of production. It's not a political philosophy. It is a method of production that is the most efficient so far in the history of the world. It produces the most goods efficiently and cheaply, and it produces the most and best goods efficiently and cheaply. So it is the most efficient method of making products and wealth. But when it's finished produced, who owns those products and wealth?
It's owned by the capitalists.
Yes. That is the thing about capitalism. When it is very efficient, very good to produce things and cheaper, but ironically, when it produces things cheaper than anybody else, it is owned by the capitalist. The worker who works for the capitalist get a salary and go home. The capitalist system arranges that the worker is owed nothing more after the Friday. The next week he will do some more work and be owed and be paid Friday. So the worker has nothing to get but that pay.
True.
But who decides how much the worker will get?
It's the same
The same
capitalist,
people.
same owner.
And therefore, the capitalist is in this position of a dictator, but a very efficient and wealthy dictator that you cannot bully. That dictator can bully you. So capitalism is not a political philosophy, but as a method of production, it put the capitalists in full control and final control. And therefore, the needs of the workers, which is a vast population of every country, can go to hell. And the worker is not, in very rare cases, only in very rare cases, is the worker rewarded with other things like good benefits and shares in the company. So you understand that under the capitalist system, it is inevitable for the rich to get richer and the poor to become more numerous. Communism was an effort to improve on that, but it's a miserable failure.
Right.
Do we agree that do we agree? No, just give me 3 more minutes, please. Can we agree? Can we recognize that communism is a miserable failure in improving on capitalism? Can we recognize that?
It has been, yeah.
Yes, it has been. Therefore, there are other methods that have to be worked out to improve it, and it can be done. It must be done, not communism. But people take capitalism now to be a political philosophy. It is not. It is a method of production. And through that now, most people who want power align themselves with capitalism as if it is a political philosophy, and they take it to the level of being almost a religion, because they know it will guarantee them total control.
All right, let me ask a question, Babatunde. Now, I've looked at and we, as Herb Nelson said, we had the leader of the UIC. I don't know if that's a proper term, if he's the leader, but the leading representative, maybe.
We had him on one Patterson?
Yeah.
So he's the owner of the UIC.
Okay, the owner of the UIC. We had him on.
He owns the capital goods, the machinery, all those things are capital goods, you know. machinery, land,
All right.
money. Yeah.
All right. So we had him on, and we had a discussion with him, and so we went to the manifesto. And in the manifesto, it says a few things that are of concern or should be of concern to lots of people. One of them is that he said that the government has no business involved in victimless crimes, and it's listed in the manifesto 3 as examples. One is gambling. It says the government shouldn't have any business involving in gambling. Leave people alone, let them do whatever they want to do. Second one is drug use. He said government shouldn't be involved in that. If people want to do drugs in their homes or whatever, then the government shouldn't be involved in that. And the third one is sexual activity involving payment. In other words, prostitution. He said the government shouldn't be involved in that. No, you're running under the banner of UIC.
Yeah.
What are your feelings about the idea that the government should not be involved in victimless crimes at all?
All right. Did he give an explanation on victimless crime? Is there a definition from his premise?
I don't remember if he did. But while you're thinking about that answer, let me give you a second question, and then you can answer both of them at the same time. One of them is that in the manifesto it says that the UIC is calling for a repeal of certain laws, right? Like the victimless crimes laws, right? And then so in it's my opinion that the UIC recognizes that if there's a law that you don't like, there's a certain mechanism, there's a certain way that you go about changing that law, right? Now, Mr. Patterson was arrested. He was arrested, I think it was last year. He was arrested for protesting without a permit. And we asked him the question saying, why didn't he comply with the Public Order Act and get his permit? He said he didn't believe in getting a permit to protest a government. He didn't believe in getting a permit from a government that he wanted to protest against. And so we were curious because we're saying if you understand that the way you get rid of laws that you find to be unfavorable is that you get your people in politics and then you repeal them, you abolish them. But here it is that you're saying one thing in the manifesto, but then you're doing another thing on the streets.
Okay. All right. So one of the things is that it's necessary, especially for the listening audience, whenever something is put forward, them should try and read or study about it as greatly as possible. And if after you do all of that, you're still not certain, you see greater clarification. That's why Jamaica produced so much noted and positive historians, unlike one of the master where we have yes or no, and other things. So if you are going at them, if me go protest, I'm not really a protester, because I not say protest accomplish anything meaningful. But if me go see certain thing I come through now, and me go take on certain thing, me have to go at it on a level, because it's a Malcolm X regime. We depend on the Paul Bogue and the Harriet Tubman settings. Me not say nothing where protest has really done, because how the protest is done, it's not geared to accomplish nothing. You see, when them say meet in Tahrir Square, at this the levels them here go. We not think a government will give a permit for a protest. I mean, you may get it, you may not get it. So you depend on wavelength, that's how we have to decide how it will go now. What they didn't have in place now was there was nothing in place to say, okay, so if A happen, our response is going to be X. If B happen, our response is going to be Y. And we're not talking about being violent and all of that, yeah? Because I am not one for put innocent lives into the death and destruction. I'm not dead so. The wicked have to pay for the wickedness of them do, and the good people have to thrive and live and survive. So that is one. So if that's how you approach that, if you realize how the settings are going to go, if you have plan and you coordinate and you organize, things have to be in place. when I see how the police dealt with the situation, there was no response from the UIC or even the other ones involved in that demonstration. And when we say involvement, normal people, we not tell the item now say the involvement must be violent. That's not what we are doing. So that's one settings. So I would approach that a little different. I don't know if I would really appeal to government for protests. Yeah. But as I say, you have to carefully introspect, and if after you analyze, if you apply and you get it, may I go there. If I not get it, may I go there. The next thing now, in terms of the law against whore business and all of that. You see anything where I could desecrate the sacred female, which is the way that I came to earth. I was brought here by a pretty vagina and a strong sperm cell. Any law where I could violate that is not going to get I support. I could not support no law where I talk about repeal whoreism. Yeah? Because we now have to create opportunities for people. Within our space and time where the society devalue everything we have to do with intimacy. So if they might advertise a peanut, they might have a girl skin out beside it. They might advertise on alcohol, some other poison. It's a girl. The dehumanizing of our females is one of the reasons why we're in a situation or we're in a aka situation. Because rather than finding solution for all of what we face now, I have to denounce whoreism. I have to burn that, whether you're male or female, fire burn for whoreism. Come on your purpose is a sisters, man, the item does know. There's no way on earth the Almighty could have sanctioned something of that sort. You don't know a meal, but because of money, you open out your sacred anatomy for taking all type of corruption through money.
May I say something?
Yes. We have to burn that and put that in the sewage pan. Someone come through?
May I say something?
It's the master story. I want to make a comment.
Hello. If you even want to describe me, say, I don't want you decorate me. So please, with all respect and with all gratitude, if you want to call me a historian there, but no matter, I don't decorate. I don't want a decoration. So please hear this now. If you see the need to represent people, and that is what political activity seeks to do, represent people to their benefit. If you see a need to represent people, in modern times to represent people, we will have to refrain from impose our religious and moral views on the people. We should promise to represent them up to a certain level, and if them approve of us, we get them sanction, them vote. But to say, me now, if me want to represent my African people, me now go try intrude upon a woman and tell her about Almighty, say she not to do this and that. I prefer the company of women when not do that. But politically speaking, as a public, once you deal with politics, you are now a public player, most likely representing people, and my personal views about, I could not be representing a constituency and I lick out against all of the women them in the constituency where I bleach. I don't like bleaching in a woman, but if I go and represent the constituency, I can only express my views in private, not amongst any amount of people, even 1,000 people. But if I talk politically now, I will have to be not only wiser, but be representing people in a better way by no fight against people who bleach. We have to represent all the women who bleached, before she stopped bleaching. And we can use our political... Wait, hold on, please, sir. Baba, today I'm a brethren. Don't feel no when we talk, Lord. Feel, please. We have to we should represent all the people, including no bleach, and even the guy when I wear no belt around him pants. And then we gradually will try impart our views to them personally, but politically, I don't think we should have preached against the different people because they have different moral views on them. I think we should have represent the needs of all of the people, and then personally try show them your views. But to have a if you anyhow you're going to take up a political policy, we have that moralistic bent. You're going now to present yourself as being higher than them, more moral than them, and so on and so forth. Please.
All right, Baba Tunde.
All right. All right. So excellent. What we would have called a summarization of, and I like to listen to ones too. Yeah, because I don't know everything. I know just a little. So I respond to that now. Once I not getting at the levels where I have to say no, I have banish. So I not banish who I'm going to try to set up and gang up and kill them. No, I'm not advocate for that. But I not govern without my values. No, I'm not say.
You want to govern? Hold on, it's govern you want to govern? I come to fight. No, I govern you want to govern? Who you want to govern? Who you want to govern?
You have to allow me to clarify now.
Who you want to govern? No, anytime I hear somebody say they want to govern, right away. No, me fight back right away. Me not bow to no government or no governor. No one may govern me and my people. So I want you to rid yourself of the idea, say you want to govern. I think you are a good person to serve. You, Baba Tunde. Really and truly, I sincerely believe you're a good person to serve, not to govern. So now prescribing people moral standards, that is governing. And is that I want against governing.
Go ahead, Baba Tunde.
So the clarification now. While we lead, we learn, and then we teach. Now, I am not purporting to, because someone no dip on the line or the frequency where I expound on, they must be despised and thrown away. That would not be any different from the current government and the leadership or the object that leads the movement. I am not advocating for that. However, I am just saying that I am not disposing my values in leadership. I am listening and I'm learning, and I am going forward. So while there's certain things we have to teach, we have the next generation, there's certain element where we really can look at that as selves, it's the only way out. So once we create the right levels of opportunities for people, tourism won't be any choice. If you bleach, Baba Tunde now go ostracize you because you're in the communities over there. We have to now uplift by teaching, by setting examples. And that's something that will make that my people. So if just like how we now support criminality, we still now go aid and abet. So we have to teach the generation coming up now how we can start respecting the lives of every Jamaican and people. It's not native yes, but them there. Human life essential. So we have to teach that. And we start teach that by the youngest, I think, just like how I said to the males them. Male, if you're not interested in a female, leave her and her vagina alone. Don't go and plant no seed and come and she alone and go struggle with that. Yeah. So we don't want the people them, we have to get it clear. So we can advocate life on a different premise. A premise where we know can help a nation for uplift. And we have to come fix problems now. We can't come create more problem from problem. Every problem we see, once it is a problem, we have a solution. It's now necessary now that we go about now and start meditate on what the solution is. So, irrespective of one's lifestyle, we have to now teach and get forward to a premise of right. Just like how you have people where I deal with what them called pedophile. I know I can support that.
All right.
So we have to teach generation now, say, these are ways how we're going to avoid these things. As male, I wouldn't want certain thing happen to I picnic them. I have to treat other picnic with that same regard, just like in my coaching duties.
All right. Babatunde,
you have to know.
no, go ahead.
Yeah,
Finish
what?
up that point because we have to go leave you now because we have some other things we want to discuss. But go ahead.
Yeah. So just like when me a coach, me show my ball of them, so me not apply favoritism to my coaching.
Okay.
Because all I come from a parent.
All right.
Yeah. Me see where favoritism do to people and where it do to I from me a picnic. Some of those are some of the people them we are listening right now. While we not advocate for like how them did gang up on the homeless people them and carry them, go dump them in another parish. And that Babatunde I said.
All right.
But when we're sitting, we're nefarious to it. With advancement as a nation, we have to begin to teach and find solutions. So watch out. Yeah, give thanks to the item.
All right.
Give thanks to the Sir Rattigan.
All right.
Master the historian, give thanks. Sir Herb Nelson, give thanks.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Well, we'll talk soon.
Those who are listening, if you want to reach me and thing, you can go up on the platforms. Facebook, we're up there as UIC Babatunde with their Twitter, with their Instagram, a number 1876 354 5561. 1876 354 5561.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right. We'll talk soon. All right. Yes, sorry about that. Jerry, some folks wrote to me and they said they want you to continue talking about. They found it interesting. Oh man, let me see how it is. Hold on a second. Yes. Well, them answer. Anyway, they want to hear you talk about the needs, the election, and I think the other one was the digital or the digitization and whatever. They want to figure. What they want to do is they want you to tie the things that we're talking to, who will vote and who will control the votes and who the likely winner will be once everything is done.
Yeah.
Since people will be excluded from that. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Now, politics is a game, a serious game though. And like any game, it is scheduled on human behavior, not only individual human being, but human being behave in groups. So politicians and people who want more authority and more power, they know a lot about human psychology. They are also people who have money and land, always seek efficient politicians to align with, to make them money safe and them land safe, or to make them money more and them land more. So politicians now get the support to do the things that will make more people run, come support them and turn off people who don't support them. So if politicians know that you now go wear long pants come a stadium, and him have set away that only who come in a stadium must get certain things. Politician will bait you up that you refuse and now we're in a long pants at stadium and say, keep on things where you have a stadium. So then play a game for trick you now, for walk where left what is your own. So now they make you feel like, say, the main thing where you have is a vote. So you will well want to vote. Any rule where he make for you vote, you will well want to comply with him. A trick is not only vote we can vote. It's not only ballot box we can vote with. We vote with wallet. And who don't have wallet, vote with them coins and them paper money. And you vote by boycott certain business. And in 1955, the black people in America decide to vote with them foot. Them try, the years them have the black people in America must sit down in the back of the bus. And only white people must sit down in the front of the bus. And if the bus even empty, the black people must sit down in a certain seat. Well, one day, one black woman, swing America, one black woman go up on a bus and say she has sit down on a seat because she's tired. And the bus driver try and move her and she stand up to him. I know she don't fight him now. She stand up to him and make him know, say, nah, move. And the black people all over America here and say it's time for we have the guts of this little one black woman. She no vote and she no vote out the racists. She decides that she nah move. And the rest of the black people decides that them not take no bus because the bus system depends on black people bus fare for succeed. Not only white people. Most white people have car. And the black people use them mind and know says more than one way for vote and there's more than one way to take political action. And Martin Luther King get involved, a young man, about 26-year-old, get involved and go in other town there and start, him leave from 1,000 miles now. Go in other town, they go start organize the rest of the black people in other town there. If we say make we walk and make we take the few hundred car where we have and we start run some car pool in the city there. And over 1 year straight we not take no bus. Mash down the bus system in uptown, a racist town in America. And this how the black people get going in America in 1955. You remember? If you don't remember, go read it. Because I never have born them time there. I never born when them crucified Jesus Christ, but I remember it good though. And you can go back, go find out things and remember things. More than one way to take political action. And when we show them how much way, we don't never show them. We never show them, you know. We take it and them feel it. They want to feel something and bite them into them ass. We don't show them nothing, you know. Just make something bite them into them ass. Bite them on them penis. Bite them into them belly and bite them into them bank. And we start behave certain way. We behave so good. And behave that the police and the soldier can't touch it. We win over a portion of the soldier and police because it's not all soldier and police bad, you know. Them want we to believe that all soldier and police bad so that we take them for enemy. We're going to win over them same people there. More than one way to take political action. And one of the most beneficial ways to take economic action. Because you're going to save some money, get stronger, and get the enemy weaker. Not only voting alone. Try stop her from vote. And you see we come with some different tactics. I want them try stop her from vote. At that time, people are going to start listening to Ratigan. And all the other people are teaching them like that. Try stop it.
You know, we have a few more minutes before we wrap. Anybody wants to call, they can call now. We're gonna come off at about 7:59 because my brethren he comes on at 8 on Reggae Global. So so there is no future. Correct me if I'm wrong. Question. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Sir Ratigan.
Whoa, hold on a second. Let me turn the stone. Go ahead.
Yes, Sir Ratigan, Sir Small.
Sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I want to tell you about the conversation to the governor and the constitutional reform. And I am saying that the governor's office currently costs us $450 million a year. Why would we now even consider having a president which will cost us, as Jerry indicated, maybe twice as much? Why we don't just abolish the whole in terms of president's office and we can utilize the who would do what we could do, have a body of like the four courts, the presidents of the four courts, where whenever there is a political dispute to be settled, those presidents come together, form a committee, and those dedicate any matter to the political agenda. So we don't really have a fixed office as a presidency. We just have some people that we can convene at some particular time to carry out such duties. I would like, in terms of how you do see that, I would, in terms of, give the conversation to Mr. Smart. You know, how do you look like an arrangement like that, where we have all of these presidents of the different courts? I think we have 4 courts, and they come and convene a body whenever there is constitutional or political matters to be settled, and they deal with it, instead of maintaining these exorbitant offices. That's the question I would want to put forward.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you for the call. All right.
You're welcome.
All right. Let me address something. Now, America is not heaven. The United States of America is not heaven. But the American people have made some great advances in political understanding and in constitution and in the rights of citizens. They did not design it for our people to enjoy it. You know, black people wasn't meant to enjoy it. But eventually all people came to enjoy it. And these are beautiful developments. Like when somebody make a nice music for them family, never meant it for we, and then eventually them go record it and sell the record. We start to benefit from the nice music where a man make to sing to him girl that tell her same love her. So the American people, the American Revolution was a beautiful development, even although it was one-sided and never cared for the black people. After a while, we start forcing to benefit we too. Now, one of the major advances that the American Revolution presented to the world, an improvement on the ancient democracy of Africa and of Greece, an improvement on that democracy. American colonists decide that they should define government into 3 main branches. The provision of executive action, in other words, carrying out the work of the people, the provision of carrying out the justice of the people, and the provision of this carrying out the discussion of the people. So you have 3 branches of government. One named discussion, or parliament, or Congress. That's one branch of government, discussion for the people. The next branch named providing justice between people, that are the judicial system, next branch of government. And the third branch of government is to execute action, carry out the wishes of the people one by one. So the president of America is the executive of America, or what did I say now? The president is the executive office. That president is given the job to form an administration and carry out the work, everyday work of the people. Parliament is not everyday work. Parliament and Congress is about discussing ideas, like what Rattigan and Mr. Nelson do, discussing ideas that more people understand. Then you have the courts, is the next form of discussing ideas of right and wrong. And that's why you're free for going to the courthouse, and the court must be open, no secret
Well,
court. And the third branch is the carrying out of the duties for the people, the executive branch. Executive no means that the guy hide, you know. It means him is executing the orders of the people. So the American people made a great advance by separating government into 3 branches, and none of the branch may control the other branch. Well, I want the caller to listen to that and realize how much we can solve all the problems when we start separate different branch of government, and all of them start to serve. Police force now become a police service. The next thing I want to say, I know that when Mr. Nelson, you don't want to come in?
Yeah, can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering because I somehow drop out and then I come back and I drop out again.
I see you, man.
Somebody playing with our transmission here. But Jerry, I've heard you talk about the various systems of government. I've heard you talk about specifically the 3 parties who were declared in Jamaica.
3,
right?
Yeah. The 3 parties, the PNP, JNP, and UIC.
Right.
There's also the NDM.
And
there's also the Marcus Garvey political party. It's not 3 parties. It's more than 3.
So when are the other people going to show any prominence? That's number one. Number two is, how did the government change the constitution to disavow its citizenry because of needs? How was that? How and when was that constitution changed? When was that?
The government of Jamaica is government by stealth. You know, stealth bomber.
Yes.
It's based on the word steal and move quietly, stealth. So the government of Jamaica since 62, and both parties have developed the skill, government by stealth. So they disguise, just like our holders tried to get Peter Phillips to agree to extend the period of secret documents for 70 years before them open up the document. They tried to do it by stealth by making an agreement with Peter Phillips. And that's why they come together at certain time. Right now, the Constitutional Committee is a coming together of the JLP and PNP by stealth again. So they gradually will creep and do things stealthily, and both of them benefit, because it is not just the winner of the election that is government. Did you know that it's not just the JLP that is government?
Who else?
The PNP is a part of the government. You didn't know that?
They as the opposition.
They are a part of the government, and that's why they get paid. The leader of the opposition is a post, and he gets paid for it. The opposition is you know what is the official name of the opposition?
I thought it was the PNP.
No, the official name of the opposition is the King's Loyal Opposition. To show that it's not opposition to the king, it's opposition to the administration. So the government is two parts: administration and the King's Loyal Opposition. And that's why they get pay, and that's why Holness triple Mark Golden pay and triple his own pay, because they are both the government. And
So,
it's not a joke. It's not a joke, or it's not superficial. It's a real thing.
So if and when the UIC wins a seat, so they win the seat in Central Kingston, they'll be a part of the government at that point.
They most likely, maybe not after the first election, but after the second election or so, most likely they will form a coalition either with the PNP or with the JLP. Most likely.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Caller, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Radigan, Mr. Small, Mr. Nelson. Good afternoon, sirs.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay. First time on your program is very informative, very interesting.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're quite welcome. So I'm going to make it short. The gentleman that came on previously speaking about the diaspora, I don't believe he knows what the meaning of diasporas are. I mean, we are people away from our birth countries. And when he went low by degrading female, if that's that female, if that's the way female want to use their body, then it's their body. For a person who is looking for votes, that's not the way to do it. That is not the way to do it. Mr. Radigan, I'm going to step off your program now, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for the call.
Gentlemen, have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Hey, listen, we're going to have to wrap up because I have to start getting off at about 7:50. So we have about 2 minutes. You want to wrap up, Herb?
Yeah. Jerry, you know, your presence here, you've thrown, I won't say a monkey wrench, but my belief system about Jamaica has been broadened with your various prognostications and historical data that you have added to this program. I think people need to hear more, and I cannot think of a better venue than fleshing out of some type of commission or some appointed body that will let the people of Jamaica know the truth and ask them to not comply with everything government is doing, but try to cooperate with each other to get the country moving forward. Because if there's so much dissension as I sense in the country today, it would be good to hear from you. How do we go about deflating that dissension and making a more positive impact on our society to make it better for everybody living there? I mean, I'd love to hear from you. What would you do as a leader? Because we talk about leading, we're
As
not talking
leader,
about governing.
as leader,
Yes.
no, don't look for no one leader. You don't realize what you and Rattigan is doing. You know, but you don't realize
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
this is one of the most vital thing what you're doing here now. I tell you.
Well, get this. When I say as a leader, you have series of community leaders. You agree?
Yes, of course, of course.
Okay. And those community leaders, their input, their feedback, and their mentoring of that community, based on the fact that they might be the senior in the community,
Yeah.
right? And they keep them afloat, keep them out of harm's way.
Yes.
This is what I'm looking for.
So now you said this medium where you guys are going with, you know?
Yeah.
This medium is taking over the ears of the diaspora and the Jamaican people more than the radio program there.
That's good to know.
It's great. And you're doing it at a convenient time of day where people can earn, and then a evening school this, or night school or morning school. You don't know where you do. But most people, like our most beautiful woman, most women don't know how nice them is, you know. Them know say man like them and them nice, but them not really have ideas why how them so nice. And so it is whenever anybody is themselves, just be themselves. You don't know how much you're doing to other people when you just be yourself.
I got you.
But it's great.
Let
It
me
keeps you
just
humble.
let me just say that we 8 minutes or so, but what I'm gonna do is for people listening on Reggae Global Radio, you can just switch over to Facebook or YouTube because they're getting ready for the 8 o'clock program right now. So until next week, we'll just take care, be well, and we'll have another exciting program for you over on Reggae Global next week, Saturday at 3 p.m. DC or New York time. Take care and be well. All right, continue, gentlemen.
Yeah. So Jerry is bringing it home to us that the internet radio, internet television is the new normal.
Is a new daycare, basic school, day school and university.
Well,
I tell you. I mean, I try to boost you up.
No, but if we can capture your knowledge.
No, our. And the lady them. We and the lady them.
Yeah.
All the call of them is a vital part, you know, as vital as me and you.
Yeah.
Vital.
Well, the callers ask the right questions, always the right questions.
And them test and them mark your paper too.
Yes.
If for them alone you get F. Roger Clark did kind of one, you know me.
Yeah.
Roger said, you look, you know me mark your paper. Or that I don't get F.
Let me just tell the caller from the 718 number who just called that they can call back because we're still here, and I don't want people to feel like we left them hanging. So if anybody who wants to call can call back right now because we're still here. We have a few more minutes to go. So yeah, but Jerry, here's a question I wanted to ask you and also Herb. If the answer is not JLP, if the answer is not PNP, if the answer is not UIC, what is the answer? Oh, hold on. Before you answer, let me call back. Hold on. Yes, caller. Go ahead, please. Hello? can't hear you. You have to turn on. Hello.
Turn on the radio or whatever I'm listening.
Turn on the device you're listening to. Can't hear you.
Oh yeah, man, I mess up the thing. All right. Yes, no ask a question here.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Loud and clear.
Man.
All right. It's about me touch the topic of voting. Other than voting or waiting until vote is there, is there another way you can get out the government other than voting? And my other question is, why isn't like Jerry Small or so on the committee, the what do you call it again, the Congressional Committee? Why isn't he on the committee? Like of a Jerry Small, Herb Nelson, or Rattigan? Why ain't the people on the what do you call committee? No. And my third question is constitutional committee, right. Other than a motley or what she want to name. Because she don't make no sense to me. And my third question is, why isn't it important to do that now? Is it paramount when you have other issues affecting people now in the country? I look at a guy a young man, and it's upsetting me now for days, trying to commit suicide because it's too hard in Jamaica. Things too rough in Jamaica. When you find a young man trying to commit suicide, him see himself so low and there's no way out, that suicide is very terrible. It's disgraceful and it's terrible.
All right. Thank you so much for the cause. What by the way, the first call, what was the first question again?
Is there not a way to get rid of our government other than voting and voters' day?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Other than because the next way we know is by revolting and that's a lot of bloodshed. And what's her name is trying to prevent that. Queen Ifrika says she's trying to prevent that bloodshed thing. So is there?
Yeah, well, the most logical way to avoid bloodshed is if one morning you wake up and the military is taking over. Right? All they have to do is walk into Garden House when everybody's meeting and shut it down and say them in charge. Right? And have the police.
No, the military is backing Garden House. The military is backing God, not the military. The military, the military directorate, the officer corps is backing Garden House. Yeah, they're not backing the people, they're backing Garden House. The military is a guard for Garden House. And
so you don't believe, Jerry, that you may have folks in the military, and you see it in other countries, where young captain, idealistic captain, rally the young officer corps, not the older ones, the younger ones, around them, and then take charge of the units that are well armed and take over.
Yes. No, this is what they are afraid of in Jamaica. And that's why in place Rocky Mead, we're in place him. Rocky Mead is still in control of the Jamaican army. And I don't have nothing against Rocky Mead. But his wholeness is playing a game of chess and putting and arranging to protect themselves and the private sector and Duncan and all of them. They are a coalition. We, the people, are a different coalition. And we're going to see who overcome who. They are at the end of their tether, you know. They are at the end of their tether. And we just are come. And there's no turning back.
The other question he asked was why aren't we on the Constitutional Reform Committee? And I think that's a fairly easy answer. They don't want people like us on it, you know. And that's easy. And the third question about like people committing suicide, the situation is dire and all of that. Yeah, and that's why we have programs like this to educate people and move forward with like, well, you know what? That brought me back to the question I asked just before the caller called in. No JLP, no PNP, no UIC. Where do we go?
We produce the thing between all of us, not just the three of us here. Wider and wider. We have spread out our links with our people wider and wider. And none of them can be as wide as us because they are a closed They are an interest group, a close interest group. Our interest is to widen. Their interest is to narrow and grab. The world has woken up so much over the last 3 years through the COVID thing, and people are realizing land is a basic human necessity and right. Land. It was deliberately excluded. It's just like how the Constitutional Committee and Norman Manley and Bustamante deliberately kept us out of the independence arrangements. In 1945, when the United Nations was formed, one of the first jobs was to draw up a Charter of Human Rights. It wasn't done until 1948. And one of the main things that they did is make sure that the right to have land not be included in the human rights, because the whole world would have turned upside down. And land, I have thought about this thing for long and hard. And I am thinking, I've been thinking for some time, that every you know at what age in Jamaica adolescents, children are no longer the responsibility of their parents. You know what
Was it
age?
16?
16.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The same age of consent.
Okay.
Your parents do not have to take care of you past the age of 16. There should be provision in the educational and social care services of Jamaica for a residential training institution in every parish, where upon reaching 60, any male or female may register in that educational residential institution and continue them training, which will equip them for self-employment or employment. That residential educational institution must also be endowed with a whole heap of land. The first course where those 16-plus-year-old youths will do as part of them subject in that training institution is construction. The second course for the day or for the next second day of the week is safety and security. The third day is agriculture, and the fourth day is healthcare, or the fourth period for the day. But a mixture of subjects like that, along with academic subjects and technical subjects, is equipped with a trade. And the same youth them going to add on more room for the educational institution. The more youth come, the more room add on. You share a room with another person of the same sex, not same sex sharing enough. Because you don't want a female and a male 16-year-old share a room till them consent to it. But it's going to be cheaper for our damages and maybe 5 youth live in a room or 2 youth. But you have a residential accommodation. Part of the land is your own, and I get no title for it, As long as you are 16 years or over, you are part of a national institution, which is a national service. You're planting food on the land. You're building rooms on the land. You're learning security on the land. You're learning to drive and get driver's license as an automatic subject in a school. You're learning healthcare along with your trade subject that you want to learn. You understand what I mean? I thought of this way as a way of to start to award the rights of human beings to Jamaican adults, which is 16 plus. And when them want to join up with the next adult, them can either leave there or them make a claim for a double space as 16 plus youth with sex with the right to age of consent to sexual relation. And so you grow, so you join up with your partner, male or I don't think we should make provision for 2 partners of the same sex. It's because on the basis that you're going to multiply and have a home, why you're going to get double space of land or a double room.
Jerry,
People,
all I thought, I stick up in. I'm going to come back because I still want to find out from you, like for the next election. I mean, what do we do? Because we have UIC, PNP.
Yes,
but
yes.
hold on 1 second.
We
take a caller. Caller, go ahead, please.
All right. Good afternoon. How are you?
Fine, thank you, sir. And you?
Yeah. Tell me something. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good so far. You remember that thing you said you have to donate $100? How far this is going? How far you're getting with it?
All right. The paperwork is completed. but there are certain steps because one part of the paperwork has to be filed with the state, and then they approve it, and then the approved part of the paperwork is then filed with two other documents with the IRS in order to get the tax exempt status, so that people who make the donation, they can write it off of their taxes if they live in America, or if they're Americans living elsewhere and they're working overseas and they're paying taxes. So
No.
no, go ahead, please.
No, what I was saying, I live in Canada. I live in Canada.
Okay. All right. Well, here's where we are with it. Again, the paperwork has been completed. I just have to file. I may do it tonight. But what's going to happen is that I have to file it and get an expedited, approved document, because I cannot file it with the IRS unless it's approved by the state. So once the state approves it, then we send everything into to the IRS and ask them for the tax exempt status. And once they said this, you get your status, we're good to go.
Okay, I see. Yeah, because I really want this thing to come intact, because when I see what's happening in Jamaica, because most of all, when I see what's happening in Jamaica, out in St. Thomas there, where this ex-MP have this amount of land, and nobody know where he get it from. Plus, if he have so much land, does he pay tax for it? Because that amount of land, and if he paying tax, that's supposed per year, that's the amount of tax supposed to come up to, couple 100,000 or over a million per year or over 2 million.
Well,
so these are the things I want you, after this thing coming tax, for you to check out and find out, because this is robbery with aggravation. Because where does he get so much? Because I know from he was MP, because he take over from, oh Lord, I just forget the MP name that he take over from. All right? He take over from an MP that I know that MP never used to collect a salary, because he had a business in Barbados, this Barber Green place.
Yeah.
He had in Barbados. Right? So he take over from that MP. So within that time, where does he get so much land from?
Well,
where does he get it from?
This is also a question for the Integrity Commission as well. Maybe for the police, but we don't know how much they're doing. So that's why this foundation is going to be so helpful, because, and let me reiterate that.
Yeah, that's what
I don't see no
Let me
number.
reiterate that. That's
There was a number earlier, but I can't see.
that's primarily what
Oh, hold on, soon come back.
That's
Hold
primarily
on.
what it will be for.
667.
And then also, to be clear, the diaspora won't have any
269.
control over those funds. We won't be. It will be controlled by a
369
company that manages funds.
8569.
So you'll be able to see how the money is
One
spent.
more time. Hold on. Stop.
We don't want to be accused of
369 8569.
I hear you talk. And
Come again. 667.
It's only one thing.
Listen again.
Much because he's not
369 8569.
No, that's true. No, the only thing I beat up on Mark Golding, and is just one thing actually I beat up on him, and that is the fact that he took the money.
Made up on a YouTube program.
And I'm of the opinion that he shouldn't have taken it. That's the only thing I beat him up on.
Yeah, but no, he said he's not gonna take.
But that's good.
What I see on the news. No, he says he's not gonna take none at all.
Yeah, but that's good. But here's what happened. He should have said that from the beginning. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you.
Right.
But he's very slow. He's not like a Michael Mandy, because Michael Mandy is my boy.
Yeah, well, look, he may not be agile, he may not be quick, but he's learning. And that's why we're here. We're here to point out certain things to him, and not just to him, to point out to all of them, because at the end of the day, they're there to serve us. Jerry would say they're there to serve us. So that's it. But anyway, thanks for the call, and I'll keep you posted. All right. Hello, caller. Go ahead. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Radigan. This is Mark Cameron.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm calling from Florida at the moment, but I'm part of a group that left the UIC.
Yes.
It's
Hopefully
crazy.
call back, because that should be an interesting call.
Yeah.
Oh, he's calling back. Uh-oh. Hello.
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 Hello. Can you hear me?
No, I can hardly hear you. Hold on. Hello. Hello.
Cameron gone. Cameron gone.
No, he's calling back.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, as I was, yeah, we just get cut off. Yeah, I was saying, you said, and what you said about him, he shouldn't take that money. That is true from the first beginning. He shouldn't have done that. Well, if he was somebody like a Michael Manley, right? Because I know Michael Manley from the backside days because he was NWU and Shear was BIT. From those days, I am coming, so I know a lot about him. But we won't go in that now.
Okay.
And Siago, he was a terrible prime minister, but
You're in a bad zone. We can hardly hear you. Hello?
If he's traveling, he need to just pull over and park and speak.
Yeah. You know the gentleman, Jerry?
Which one?
What's it, the gentleman?
Cameron.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I know him. He was in the UIC. He's a diaspora person now. He was in the UIC and he told me that Patterson even wanted him to lead it one time. But I think he fell out of
Your voice
agreement.
kind of low though. You're driving?
No, I'm not driving.
You're not bad zone though. You're not bad zone. We can't hear you. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yep.
Nah.
He might be moving around in a house or a building somewhere. And so he keep dropping.
Yeah, the call. I don't know what's going on. Oh man.
Jerry, we got somebody here that wants you to tell them who to vote.
Yeah, man, I'm on now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, couple of things, right? I heard this talk about the kind of constitution that we're trying to achieve here. First of all we need is a president, possibly a vice president, a direct vote by the people for a president, a direct vote for the Senate, and a direct vote for the public prosecutor, or you can also have the Senate appoint the prosecutor, because you have that. Right now, we are having the prosecutor appointed by the prime minister. That doesn't make any sense. We have a lot of laws in Jamaica right now that are not being honored, and there's no recourse. There's no people are not punished. So obviously they have a lot of impunity for the laws that are already on there. Now, back to what we're trying to do. A lot of people are talking about what's the option here, right? We started a movement called Up Jamaica that we've already registered with the Jamaican government. We have 420 signatures. We need another 80 to be a fully registered political movement. Surprisingly, after speaking with the MDM and the Marcus Garvey movement, we pretty much have the same type of governance. An elected president directly by the people, which means that the party president, the party leader is not the president. It's an elected, just like in America, elected by the people. The Senate is elected, so they're not appointed by the GLP or PMP. So we here in the opposition, the real opposition, have a real good option for what's going on right now. And as a matter of fact, we are joining forces to vote against to go against the next in the next election. We're going to have the NDM, the Marcus Garvey Party, Up Jamaica, and I need to have a talk with Patterson, who is kind of squirrely because I think he needs to step down. If Patterson steps down tomorrow, all of us from the UIC will go back to the UIC. I tell you that right now. But Patterson has had everyone supporting him. Even Jerry Small at one point supported him. He had, the amount of people that have started with Joseph Patterson that have left. he's becoming the lady that is cutting the baby in half, brethren. You understand? So we need to come together. And you know, I'm not as concerned about Patterson being where he is, because he will have to compete with others for president eventually. But the UIC has a great constitution. Up Jamaica is a cousin of the UIC. The NDM, great form of governance. We all want the same thing. We have to ensure, sir, that they have a directly elected president. We must have that. We must have a real republic, not the foolishness to have done in other countries. We need to vote for the president directly, the Senate directly, and change the judiciary is flawed. People should not be waiting so long to get to have their cases heard. Look how long Royal Reed has been out there in the wilderness. The man should either be found guilty or not. Why does it take 4 years? Don't you think that's dysfunctional? That is why you have people killing people, because we're not getting justice. But if all else fails, I know we have a very short time on this medium. If all else fails, there will be a united opposition with the NDM, Up Jamaica, and the Marcus Garvey Party against the government. So let the people understand that we're not sleeping. We're down there on the ground. And we have been done. I just came up here to take care of some business because I'm an artist. I'm doing an art show here in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
That's why I'm here.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, we're on a run, man. I've been in touch with Queen Africa and even Jerry, you know, about what we're trying to do.
Okay.
So don't be frustrated. We are going to get the government we deserve.
Okay.
That is why, just a closing. That is why when you're inclusive, we get the very best people running our country. That's why we have the best athletes. Nobody selected Price or Bolt. They had to earn their way.
Okay.
And we believe in a meritocracy, where anybody that's in government that is leading any portfolio must have merit. They must understand their portfolio and be experts in it.
All right. Look, thank you so much, man. I have to run and grab this other call. All right?
Yeah, man. Respect.
Take care of yourself. Be well. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Go ahead. You're on.
Is this Mr. Raffigan?
Yes.
Okay. Hello to all your panel, Mr. Small. I'm enamored. I'm such a fan. All right. One thing I needed to make, I needed to get some clarification on this, and that's the treaty, right? The Maroon Treaty that was signed. And the Leeward Treaty, Article 9, speaks to, well, it says, let me read that here. It says that if any Negroes shall hereafter run away from their master, owners, and fall into Captain Cudjo's hands, they shall immediately be sent back to the chief magistrate of the next parish where they, where they were taken, right? Mm-hmm. Article 10 says that all Negroes taken since the raising of this party by Captain Cudjo shall immediately be returned. And then I'm going to fast forward to Article 14 that says that 2 white men to be nominated by His Excellency or the Commander-in-Chief for the time being shall constantly live and reside with Captain Cudjo and his successors in order to maintain a friendly correspondence with the inhabitants of the island. Now, there was mention of, Queen Africa saying that she didn't want any bloodshed. And there is some controversy that surrounds the Maroons and Jamaicans. Maroons are not considering themselves Jamaicans, and it's a very divided Jamaica, right? I mean, we have divisions within divisions within divisions. No, in order for a stable Mr. Smart, him not upon the governance business. However, in order for equal, for equity in this country, I think really and truly there is a fundamental issue with the Maroons.
All right, let me ask you this. Let me stop you there and ask you this, because we're kind of pressed for time. What's the question?
So the question is, how do we rationalize the Maroons thinking that, because initially the Maroons fought for Jamaicans. They fought for Jamaicans for freedom, right? That's what they did. Until the treaty was signed, they started fighting for themselves. And now Jamaicans need help. We need help. And I find that we're separated. How do we rationalize the whole controversy with the Maroons being where they are, having all this, they're privileged, right, versus the regular Jamaicans who they're the ones feeling it, really and truly.
All right.
How do you rationalize that?
All right.
How do you bridge that gap?
All right. Thanks for the call. Stand by for the answer. Caller, go ahead, please. Hang up. All right. Jerry, you want to take that one on? How do we rationalize the controversy? Hold on one second. Hello, go ahead, please.
Yes, good day. I have two questions.
You have to hurry up. Because we're pressed for time.
So my thing is...
Here we go. Give me your best question.
Okay. My thing is, if we go to a republic, Jamaica I'm speaking about, my only concern is will
Hello?
select the leader of the FBI or the CIA, right? And all those people work in the interest of the person who selects them, right? So I'm asking, even if Jamaica go to a republic, right, or will we hold these people accountable at the judiciary level? Oh, that's my question. If you could explain to me, because even in America, there's still corruption when people are put in position because they serve the interest of the people who select them, right, and put them in these positions. What kind of framework would we put in place to hold these people accountable?
All right. Stand by for the answer. Thanks for the call. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. All right. We have two. Well, this person's having a difficult time getting through from Jamaica. So we have two questions. How will you hold the people under the republic, the so-called leaders? How will you hold them responsible at the judiciary level? Because there's corruption even in America where you have a republic. So how do you hold them at the judiciary level? And the first question was, how do you rationalize the controversy between the Maroons and the government of Jamaica? I think we had touched on that earlier, but if you don't mind, Jerry, can you just shed some light on that a little bit?
All right.
Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yes.
Pleasant evening.
No, turn on your listening device. Whatever you're listening to, turn it down, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, please. Welcome.
I'm calling from Jamaica.
Yes, ma'am.
And I must say thank you for such a lovely program.
You're welcome.
Oh, well, my concern, and I, give thanks for the other panel, Jerry and
Herb.
Nelson, right. My concern is this: when are we going to unite? Because I've never been interested in politics until I met Mr. Patterson and what he had to say. In my opinion, there is no one that is perfect. No one that is perfect. I won't be long. By the time they come together, the NDM, the whatever they call them, by the time they come together, you know what they're going to allow? For Mr. Coolness and his crew to win another election. And we're going right into the rut.
Okay.
I am so disgusted about us not uniting. Mr. Patterson is not perfect, But why can't we look behind his fault and see the need for Jamaica to move forward?
Okay, so
We need forward.
so you're saying that despite his deficiencies, we should unite behind the UIC and Mr. Patterson.
Of course.
Okay.
Because
All right.
that's the only problem.
All right.
I'm not seeing them coming together.
All right.
May I answer? May I talk to her?
I have your question. Listen for the answer, okay?
Hello, ma'am. Can I talk to you? I want to.
Hold on. Don't leave it. I think Jerry wants to talk to you directly. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yes, ma'am. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she's listening.
Any political leader or leader. You hear me? You hear me?
Yes, she is. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jerry.
All right. Any political leader that aim to correct the badness of Jamaican politics must have a good understanding of the history of Jamaican politics, if it's even since 1962. Understand? You understand that, man? Hold on, ma'am. I'm asking a question. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. You understand? All right. Yes. Do you know if Mr. Patterson?
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not disrespecting you.
Hold on. Let me ask you next question. Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question. Can I ask you another question?
Go ahead if I can.
Will you answer another question, man? All right. Do you know if Mr. Patterson understand the political developments in Jamaica since 1962? Do you know? Are you there?
Ma'am, are you there?
Are you there?
I'm here.
Are you listening? Do you know if he understands the political developments in Jamaica since 1962?
I've listened to him. I've been following him, and I think so.
Tell me if you say you think so. You think so. Well, I'm telling you this. He has a very superficial.
I'm not a politician.
Hold on, please. Would you allow me to finish? Would you allow me to finish saying what? Would you allow me to finish?
Going on like I want this thing to cut out. I want it to cut out. I want to move forward for the betterment of Jamaica.
Ma'am, listen. You ask a question and Jerry's trying to answer you. So let's give him a chance to answer, and then if you have a rebuttal, then that's fine. But give him a chance. Let him answer the question that you asked.
All right, here it is now, ma'am. The people in Jamaica have been weaned. You know, when you train your picnic from them a suck breast, the people in Jamaica have been weaned to look for a personality that is going to save them. This weaning to look for a personality in Jamaica started with Christendom, when we were taught to look to Jesus and other personalities.
Don't bring no religion in this, please, because I'm not a Christian. What? Don't bring no religion, please.
No. Yes, well, you hold on. Let me finish.
And I'm not looking for a savior. I was not interested in politics until I heard what Mr. Patterson had to offer. I had no interest because all I know is some tribalism politics from when. And I heard Mr. Patterson with a different type of politics, and that's what drew my interest to him. Not his person.
Well, you should support him.
I have
all right.
to go.
All right, ma'am.
Support him.
All right.
Yes,
all
support
right.
him.
All right.
Unite with Mr. Patterson, please, ma'am.
All right. No, let's go back to the questions. The first one is, how do we rationalize the controversy with the Maroons, between the Maroons and the government?
All right, the Maroons and the Maroons and who?
The government.
I don't care about any difficulty between the Maroon and the government. The difficulty I care about is the relationship of the Maroons with the rest of Africans in Jamaica. I know them well. My mother's father is descended from some Maroons in a
No.
compound. I know them well. I know the whole of the Maroon them well. I had a symposium. I was teaching at the university through a fellowship in 2000. And I had a symposium where I brought together the Maroon, the Rastafari, and the Garveyites. And from before that, I have always been trying to bring a rapprochement. That means a joining up back together between these three main African leadership groups. When the Maroons leadership, not the Maroon, the everyday Maroon is quite good. The Maroon leadership should let the other Africans in Jamaica know whether they regard them as equal to the Maroons, which I know most Maroon leadership do not regard the other Africans as equal to the Maroons, and the Maroon leadership should let us know one by one whether.
Hey, Jerry?
It's freezing up.
All right, caller, go ahead, please.
I just have one question. The Constitution seemed to be done under what it seemed like, like some top secret mission, like under stealth settings. So what recourse does the Jamaican people have if there's some aspect of it or the whole aspect of it that we don't agree with? I want to know what the process of implementation would be like if it's going to be debated before it's enacted. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Well, with the Constitution, they haven't even gotten that far yet.
Right.
There's no basic outline given. They don't. I mean, settle the question of a president versus a ceremonial president versus one that you have voted for. So there's still a long way to go before they get to where you're discussing. They have not made the very initial decisions about how the design is to be set up. And that's what everybody is waiting on with bated breath for.
Right.
What kind of design is there going to be when they finish the discussions?
What I can do for that last caller, I can combine her question with the one about the Republic, about how will we hold the leaders accountable at the judiciary level. All of these things have to be worked out by the Constitutional Reform Committee, and they're having all kinds of meetings now, internal meetings, and they're also having town hall meetings to listen to what people have to say. We don't know how much they're going to take from these town hall meetings and put into the draft, I guess, or whatever they're working on. And then remember, it has to go to Parliament, and there's a whole set of procedures. That is a waiting period, then it has to come back, then it has to go to the Senate. It's a whole lot of waiting. So the questions that you're asking regarding the Constitution, while they're good questions, we can't answer them because we don't know what the committees, and it's not just one committee. We don't know if they're receiving this info, and if they're receiving it, we don't know how they're processing it, and if they're processing it, we don't know what it will look like in the document that will be submitted to Parliament. So they're good questions, and they're good questions. I mean, I'll keep these questions because when we get people from the committees on, then I'll certainly raise these questions with them. But at this point, we're not in a position to give you a definitive answer about what's being considered and what it will look like in the document that will be submitted to Parliament. I hope that answers those questions. Hold on. Hello? Hello?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, Ratigan.
Yes, sir.
I panel me there what still on. But I want to finish already.
No, we're still there. Me and Herb there, I think Jerry.
Okay. What more ask? You know, give Mark Golden a chance or what?
No, we can't give Mark Golden a chance. The people have to give him a chance. Hello?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, man, I'm God Grant still.
Yeah. Yeah, God.
Yeah, man. I watch all every time. And Lonesome and Urban. All of them I watch and Nestle
All
every
right.
day at night times.
Well, I'm going to listen to the answer.
So,
I'm going to take another call, but listen to the answer regarding Mark Golding. All right.
yeah, man. I want to give man. I want to get that chance,
All right.
right?
Listen to
I
the
want
answer I'm
to
going to
get that
give.
chance.
All right. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening to you and Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
As you're on the matter of the Constitution, I would like to know whether or not the Senate, the composition of the Senate, will be looked at in terms of, since right as it stands, as far as the Constitution is concerned, 13 persons are appointed by the government and 8 by the opposition. And whenever there's an issue, although the Senate should be independent, if you look at the issue of the voting of the Senate, it is always along party lines.
Right.
So I'm wondering if in the Constitution couldn't be constructed that say 3 persons from both sides, opposition and government, choose their people. And then the balance is appointed independently.
Well,
so as when a decision is to be made by the Senate, then the independent persons, set of people, will be the majority. And
right.
either of the 2 parties can join the. And that is one thing. I just bear it in mind. And the government structure now in terms of ministries, if one cannot have some set ministries, instead of every time a government come in, they can add or subtract. Like, for example, you have the Ministry of Agriculture. It's all well and good when you can attach another department to it, but that would still come under the auspices of the Ministry of Agriculture, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
Because look at the cost of stationery, for example. Every time they modify a ministry and add something to it, it costs millions of dollars in stationeries.
Right.
So I think we should have a set ministry that whichever government takes office, it would not affect the ministries. And that in and of itself, I believe, should be brought up in a constitutional framework.
All right.
The country would have saved billions of dollars.
All right. Let me take another call. I'm going to answer your question. Listen out for the answer. All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm going to answer your question. Listen out for the answer. All right. Oh man. All right. The question about Senate from the last caller and government ministries. He's right. Whenever you add whenever you add a new portfolio to an existing ministry, yes, it's gonna require monies for stationery, etc. Lots, a lot of money. But and then the Senate, the configuration of the Senate, all of these are good ideas, but we can't answer. All we can say is, yeah, it's a good idea, it's worth considering, but we have to go to the committee. And somebody just asked about what committees are there. There's a central committee, and then there's another one I know that's headed by Nadine Spence. Dr. Nadine Spence. And she's doing like the outreach part of it. She's responsible for getting the word out and getting people involved, meaning the community, explaining to them what's going on. And then there's another committee that's actually doing the work. And so the work, I think it filters down to her, and then she's the one who pushes this out to the public. So there are at least 2 committees that I'm aware of. There may be more. But regarding the Senate and the government ministries and stationery and so on and so forth, they're good ideas. They should be considered, but we need to get these ideas to the committees that are exploring and examining the issue.
They're gathering that
Right.
information from each community.
Right.
And so I don't know if they plan to attend any diaspora meetings in the US, Canada, and the UK. That would be an interesting question. There should be some kind of outreach. If not in person, then certainly via Zoom or some other media. Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Hello, caller. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Rattigan and Mr. Nelson.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
evening.
I've got a question. So when they do the constitutional reform documentation, right? Hello, good. I want to know, is it gonna be like placed on a medium where the public is able to review and read and understand what it's gonna be like, what it is gonna be entailing?
Okay.
I just throw it on the Jamaican people and say this is what it is, and you have to take it or leave it.
All right.
I remember when we spoke to Dr. Spence, she said the creation.
I'll listen for the answer.
Okay, listen for the answer. All right, thanks.
Dr. Spence had mentioned the creation of our website is what they're working on, so that everybody can then go to the website, review, and then give input. Imagine there being millions of people who would review and give input. Then you would need some type of software to capture each of those ideas and bring them down to narrow it down to a smaller size so that they can table it before the committee. So right now, there's nothing definitive that's out there. They're still in what we call the gathering mode, the collection mode from communities. And if they come near you in different parts of Jamaica, then you get a chance to go and meet with the committee, whichever meeting place they've chosen. If it's being done via online, then that you have to look out for that. But you have to look at this ministry that was created for Malibu Fort and see if she has anything posted there that you can use in the future. Right now, we don't have anything definitive from her. And when you listen to her, when she goes out, people are complaining that she doesn't have anything substantial to tell them. So, take it with a grain of salt. She's gathering her facts. Will? You muted?
Do me a favor, call me on the other line now. The 667369856
Can't hear you.
No, I was just taking somebody else was calling on Jamaica. They couldn't get through on the regular on the regular line. Yeah, and so the constitutional questions we can talk about them, but then we have no. What we'll do is we'll try and reach out because I think they're setting up a platform where people can actually make comments.
Yeah.
And that I think is probably a good idea. I think when we spoke to her, they didn't have it set up yet.
No, it wasn't set up because
Right.
that's what the main question we hit her with. Why didn't you put something out there ahead of time so that, like the old Constitution, that people read that? Because there's a lot of people have never read the Jamaica Constitution. And so they start arguing from a certain starting point that's neither here or there. You don't even know what they're changing. So
Right.
you need to know what the old Constitution says. To me, it reads like a company directive, like somebody handing out instructions to us.
All right.
So you have to decide for yourself.
Right.
But
So
go
what
ahead.
we'll try and do is we'll try and get that information so that next week we can pass it out to the folks. The information where people can actually go to the website and they can put their ideas in and they can actually correspond with people on the panel. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. Regarding the Mark Golding thing, when somebody said you have to give him a chance, of course, we give everybody a chance around here. But the thing is, when we observe behavior that we think is not in the best interest of the Jamaican people, not a political party, but the Jamaican people, and at that point, then we call it out. And we call it out because we want people to do a course correction. And if they don't do a course correction, then hold on one second. Yes, go ahead, please. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes. Hello. Yeah, good evening again.
Yes.
Yeah, I called earlier on. I just want to call back again to re-emphasize what me said before, because the direction, when we see the discussion is going in, we're going down the road to get tricked again like 1962. Because most of the focus is on the president and the Senate and those aspects. When the key part to determine whether we get tricked or not is who end up as owners and shareholders of the entity that is named State of Jamaica. If the British Crown end up being still the owners and shareholders, we get tricked. If the Jamaican people end up being the owners and shareholders, we free ourselves from Britain.
All right.
And the next thing, in our real republic, the people's sovereign rights are guaranteed within the Constitution.
All right, my brother. So
those are key points for emphasize.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, respect.
All right. Hello? Hello?
Hello, good evening. Is this Reason Radigan?
It is.
Oh, great. Good to talk to you. Enjoying the program.
Good.
My point is simply this. We need to start from a point of cease and desist. You have these government agencies forming the constitutional reform without the input of all Jamaicans and the diaspora. That's number one. This thing is being rushed. So it's not a participatory Jamaican activity. The power structure is telling us what kind of republic we're going to have. So that nothing is going to change. So if this is the blueprint that we're going to use moving forward, then as far as I'm concerned, it's still the blueprint of slavery. Now, we have been given a window of opportunity. The Queen is dead. This is our time now to come together and acknowledge sovereignty as Jamaicans. That means that Andrew Oldness, the opposition party and all, they cannot be the one to tell us what the basis for the republic is going to be. So therefore, I'm saying this to you as a lawyer and for someone who I admire for everything that you have had the courage, Mr. Ratman, to do by filing the different lawsuits. That requires courage. And I would like to take this time out to commend you for that thing.
Thank you.
Along with all the other people who are there working with you as a team, your support system, as it were.
Much appreciated.
So my thing is this: would it be possible legally for us in the diaspora and those in Jamaica who share the same opinion that we do not recognize this committee that is being formed to formulate a futuristic republic for me, my daughter, my grandchildren, and therefore, this is legacy. It has to be representative of all. And right now, I see, as far as I see the way it's been presented, it's more dictatorial. It's not the of the people. Because the issues that they're going to agree on for the republic, have we, the Jamaican and the diaspora, have we agreed on these issues? Right. That is right there. So I'm saying to you, legally moving forward, can we as Jamaican take leverage that we are Jamaicans and basically moving forward, it should be Jamaica for Jamaicans first and everybody else comes afterwards.
Okay.
Right?
Let me answer your question, right? Couple of ways to answer.
First no. Before you answer, let me just make one last point and then I'll listen. On the point of your reaction to what Mark Golden did in terms of the pay raises, I totally agree with you 100%. You're one of the few people who have voiced my opinion on the matter. Here is my response to you in legalese. Aiding and abetting. That is what Mark Golden did. Okay. In his response of accepting the salary. You are aiding and abetting the JLP party. You are no different because your response gives them permission to do what they want to do.
Okay.
You should distance yourself from that behavior and say, absolutely not. I will not take the salary, and nobody else in the PNP is going to take the salary. Because as the opposition party, doesn't it mean you're supposed to do the opposite?
All right, listen, let me answer your question. Let me just grab this call. I'll answer your question. Listen out for the answer, and thanks for the call.
Your response is always going to be aiding and abetting. That's what he did. Give it back to him. They can say my lawyer. Give it back to him just like that.
Okay.
All
right, thanks.
I'm going to hang up now and I'm going to listen.
All right.
Good luck. And by the way, get some rest. Your eyes are tired.
Yeah, you can't see them on
because we need you moving forward.
All right, thanks.
So please take good care of yourself, okay?
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Now, I say hi to her for me.
Yeah.
I heard you. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Keep up the good work, gentlemen. We are here, even though we might not call, but we are here. We're listening, and you're slowly pulling us in as a support system.
All right. Thanks so much.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, caller. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Ratti, is it an impeachment in Jamaica to hold the corrupt politicians accountable?
Is it what?
Impeachment.
No, there's no impeachment. We don't have that provision is not passed.
Why is it?
Parliament yet. Even though it was discussed, it's not in our constitution, our laws. So we have to wait to see.
Yeah, you hear that, caller? That provision is
yes.
That provision is not enshrined in the Constitution. The recall and the what's the other one?
Impeachment,
recall. Right, it's not there. So they're working on that. At least that's what they tell us, that they're going to be working on it for the new Constitution.
Okay, sir.
All right, thanks so much. No, regarding the caller before this one, regarding she was asking how do we get involved? How does the diaspora as a group, how do we get involved with the Constitutional Reform Committee? Well, there are two ways. One is you can get involved through your Global Jamaica Diaspora Council member or representative.
Regional representative.
They have they have one for the Northeast, and that lady covers, I think, from Vermont or Maine all the way down to, I think, DC or maybe even Virginia. But you can just go on the website for the embassy and just look up Global Jamaica Diaspora Council members, and then you'll see who your rep is. Bring these issues to that rep, because that's what they're there for, to represent your interest vis-a-vis the Jamaican government and what's going on. The other one is the committee. What we're going to be doing, hold on one second, caller. What we're going to be doing with the committee is that next week, I promise you, I'll get information regarding how to get, because they should have a website up. So a lot of the questions you're asking us, we don't have the answers because we don't know what they're doing in terms of consideration. We know that they're having meetings and we have an understanding of what they're hearing, but we don't know what they're doing, what they're processing. And so we'll get you the website so that you can actually give them your ideas, and we'll see if those ideas are being considered. But keep in mind that they're there to, at least the committee that's headed by Professor Spence, they're just pushing stuff out, saying this is what we're doing, and they're taking information, but they're not the ones who are actually the worker bees. They're not the ones who are actually crafting the document. They're just taking information from the public and they're forwarding it to the committee that's actually doing the work, and then that committee is giving them certain results, which they then publish and let people know what's going on. So next week, I promise we'll have that for you. Caller, go ahead, please.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I think the reason why this Prime Minister is rushing the Constitution, so he expects he's going to use the next election, he's going to lose it, and then he want to leave this as his legacy. Okay. So that's why I think he's rushing this constitution that way.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a good
You're
night.
welcome. Thanks, sir. Yeah, that. Go
It's
ahead.
a good point. It's a good point because the Prime Minister is talking about legacy as if he's retiring and he's out of office. I've never heard somebody who's still active and still young,
right,
addressing the question of legacy at this stage, right? Mm-hmm. And so if he realizes he made mistakes, right, and those mistakes may cost him not just his leadership role, but cost him and put his behind in prison, then this is why he may be out there crying the blues now, trying to change things around. So as long as he stays in office, just like Trump feels as long as he's in office, you can't touch him. And that's the truth with the American provisions. But I don't believe it's the same in Jamaica. You know, if you commit a criminal act, then the DPP needs to prosecute. It's that simple. This is what we have been advocating all along.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. I want some of the Jamaican people them know say when time them set for them thing, and the opposition no agree with it, them still push it through.
Because them have the numbers. Them have the numbers.
Huh?
Because they have the numbers in Parliament.
Yeah, so anything where them do, the opposition we say no, but them still push it through.
That's true.
Right?
Except if it's something that requires.
So the listener them for know.
Except if it's something that requires involvement with the Senate, like the state of emergency, the extension for the state of emergency. The government has enough votes that they can initiate the state of emergency along with the Governor General's proclamation. But then, and that's good, I think, for 10 days, 10 or 14 days, I don't remember. But for the extension now, they're going to need the Senate. And that's where the problem is. The Senate, because the way it's configured right now, the Senate won't give them the extension, which will last up to 90 days. So you're right. People need to understand that the government, they have enough votes.
Listen, yeah?
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself here.
Yeah, man. Bless
you. Yeah, people need to understand that the government has enough votes in Parliament that they can push a lot of things through, things that don't require a lot of things that don't require the involvement of the Senate. And I just gave the example of the SOE, because then they won't get if they vote along party lines in the Senate, they won't have enough votes for an extension of the SOE. But in the lower house, they have more than enough votes to pass whatever they want to pass. So that's it. Folks, we have 3 minutes left. I can't stay any longer because somebody just said, "Why my item I dropped." I just say we have to stay strong because it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So
absolutely.
So look, Jerry is not on it. Well, first, let me just say thanks to all of the listeners, all of the callers. Really, really appreciate it. All right, this is probably going to be the last call from Vegas. Okay. Yes, caller, go ahead. They get cut off. But again, you know what? Let me just turn it off. Listen, we can't take any more calls because we're going off the air right now, or going off the internet right now. So let me just, all right, turn that off. Yes, so let me just say that I want to say big thank you to all of you for listening. Big thanks to Gamal for taking time out to come on the program and just kind of give us a sense of an outsider's view of the corruption in Jamaica and how we ought to deal with it. He's a wealth of information and experience, and I'm sure we'll have him back on. And Herb, you want to say some closing remarks before we go?
Well, you've got some feisty people here making different comments. I see somebody asking, is that a threat kindly clarify your post. So people are worked up in a way I've never seen before over this government and what this government is doing. And they are disappointed with the reaction of Mark Golden and the PNP, especially when it came to giving themselves over 200% pay raise. Right? They don't like it. I have not spoken to anybody who is outright for it. Yes, they're for a pay raise, but if you divided this pay raise by 2, they still would come out at 14 million, which is ahead of the prime ministers in Trinidad and the Bahamas.
Right.
So, and the same thing, you divide 2021 by 2, and that 10 million is bringing them out ahead of the other members of parliament across the Caribbean. So nobody wants to see this windfall that's going to go into the politicians' pockets, especially when they know that the civil servants, the 150% pay raise don't count for much because, as somebody said earlier, they have been down for so long, the pay has been so low, they have not been able to make ends meet. So now you give them enough money. It's like Biden just giving the Social Security increase 8%. People might start to make ends meet here in the U.S. Same thing in Jamaica with civil servants and 150% pay raise. So, so to the people, all I can say is you gotta be patient. You gotta see where the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Legal and Constitutional Affairs are taking us. You have to be vigilant. You have to read. See, I know a lot of people don't like reading. If you don't like reading, download Chat GPT and start asking these same questions you're asking us. Because Chat GPT will give an answer, right? So do what you have to do, but stay abreast of what's going on, everything that's going on. You know, Jerry gave us some good history today. And I'm like I told him before he left, I was thankful for that historical background because we all need to hear it. We all need to hear where this murderous attitude in Jamaica, where it started, who started it, and why it needs to end. And the parties that started it, they need to acknowledge that they're part of it and that they are going to encourage their followers to put a stop to it.
All right.
And that's our thing. There's no way we can continue at this pace. No way. So be patient, be hopeful, praise God, and let's move ahead. Thanks.
And thanks, Herb. And again, I echo your remarks about Jerry. Wonderful person, insightful, incisive, uh, lots and lots of knowledge. And I'm sure, based on the chat room, that a lot of people actually learned something today. And that's one of our purposes here, is to convey information so that people can learn. Because if people don't know, then they don't know how to act, at least in a way that will get them their desired results. So I want to thank Gamal, want to thank Jerry, and also want to thank you, Herb, for being here. It's been a long 6 hours. I can't believe it's 6 hours. I mean, I was saying to myself, I'm only going to do 3 hours, and then look at it.
Mind blowing. Yeah.
Yeah, time flies, and especially when you have a conversation with people who have common interests. So again, folks, oh, by the way, folks, tonight in about another 3 hours, you can check me out on Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight. Come over and come relax with the Rebel. It's been a long week, and today has been a long day. So we're going to relax tonight. ReggaeGlobalRadio.com. Relax with the Rebel. Herb, we'll talk later. All right? Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye, everyone. All right.
Blessings.